go.
Who's got the gumption to win these European Championships? Well, that's what we're here to find out over the next 3 days of this live stream. Hi, my name's Andy Rice, and with Chris Muesler, we are going to be watching the 49ers, the 49er FX and Nacra 17 classes. Chris, we're waiting on the wind at the moment. It's been a light wind regatta so far, but we are seeing some patterns emerge. What about the Nacra 17, those young Italians?
Well, the reality with the young Italians is they're not so young anymore. They've been second at 2 world championships. They've been leading this regatta for most of the time. And, you know, their compatriots, Tita and Banti, who are the reigning gold medalists, they're down in like 5th or 6th place. But there are so many teams so close in that fleet that the Brits, Burnett and Gibson, I think those two are the team to really watch just in case things change in the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, we will find out there. It's also going very well for Italy, and this is a little bit less expected. Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi. Italy has not yet qualified the nation to even go to the Olympic Games, and here they are leading in the FX, and I think they must be surprising even themselves, those Italian girls.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Yesterday they were really kind of serious about talking about it. They didn't really, it's almost like they didn't care about sitting in first place. Jana said, that's nice, but the most important thing is to get this, she called it her Olympic pass. So it's really cool to see that they must be just enjoying every minute of this. They were the first ones here in the boat park today in the FX, sitting down, checking out their boat, then sitting down, checking their email, having a little bit of food and smiling. So they're relaxed and they're really well on their way to punching their ticket to Paris.
Yes, which is the most vital thing for them, but of course we have got a European title to go and win, so what a bonus for them that would be. Now meanwhile, in the 49er men, 93 entries, we finished qualifying. There was a mad scrabble to see who would get into the gold fleet, the top 25, which is what we're going to be watching, and some of the big guns like Spain's Diego Botín and Florian Trittel only just scraped him to the gold fleet in 22nd place, but in the lead, after a really quite poor, lackluster season for the Austrians, it's led by Benjamin Bildstein and David Hussel. So a great rebound for them after a pretty poor year for them.
Yeah, and it was really cool talking to them yesterday because I said, wow, Benjamin, you know, they had their boat flipped on its side. They were doing the usual, like totally like gooching out their boat, wiping it down, squeegeeing it down. And he looked at me, he's like, oh, it was tough. And he had moved into first place. So it just shows you how hard these sailors are on themselves. But those two have been at this for a really long time. You and I met them in Geelong. They've been sailing, I think they've been sailing more worlds than anyone, I think, in this group because they've been sailing since their youth. So the fact that they're so hard on themselves, and like you said, Diego and Florian from Spain, I mean, they just made it in to the gold fleet, and they are hard on themselves, but they're actually considering themselves lucky, and the points are so close in the 49er fleet. They will be the first live fleet that we watch, so I think this is anyone who gets in the top 5 in that is going to automatically move up in the fleet.
Now, in the Olympic world, you have to be used to a bit of lollygagging. There's been a lot of that, sitting around in the boat park waiting for the wind to come in. But Chris, we are hoping, we're keeping our fingers crossed that we're going to bring you some great action this afternoon. It's going to be super intense once we get into it, isn't it?
Absolutely, Andy. I mean, I'm a little rambunctious to get this thing started, so let's go.
All right, see you later.
os jogos. É só ver os comentários. Ok, então e ele, o que é que faz? Não pode estar à esquerda, sim, como podem ver, mas é logo, não é? É logo o treino, tem o treino
in the air. The red
é a mesma coisa do que ver o WhatsApp em português ou...
stay on air. The GPS, you couldn't get to where I'm at. Up in these
Facing the cold and the rain.
couple racks. If you carried all these bags, you would have a bad man.
We do it for the moments.
Down low, down low. Money out the bag, throwing round up, round up. Left class and I left the ground float, ground float. Don't ask if you ain't about dope, about dope. Shorty pants told her drop it down low, down low. Money out the bag, throwing round up, round up. Up in first class, got the ground float, ground float. Don't ask if you ain't about dope, about dope. Won't stop mobbing till I'm counting up a
Arrive at the sunset
millions. Women get you in your
for the memories that are ours.
Do you feel me? Do you want to feel this? Live this the way you want to. No need to adapt. No need for a revolution. I'm evolution. And we'll do this together. You, me, the sea that goes in your hair, the sound that plays in your ear, the color green that has a smell, the taste that stays in your memory. I'm a choice, and I could say a lot about why you should make it. But this is not about words. It's about Vilamoura becoming extraordinary.
Há segredos que só o mar pode revelar. Histórias que só os pescadores podem contar. Aqui em Quarteira todos os caminhos vão dar ao mar. E toda a gente vive do mar e para o mar. Afinal, somos pescadores de Quarteira. Eu sei porque estás aqui. Queres a minha receita, não é? Para descobrires, terás de vir comigo.
Boa noite, mestre.
Boa noite, camaradas. Acompanha, arreuscado. Hoje vamos enfrentar as ondas com coragem e sabedoria.
Pode ser que haja sorte e que o mar generoso traga a nossa vontade.
Ele está com amor!
Aqui está ela. Antigamente vinha carregada até à gola. O material deste qualquer um trabalho.
Mas o que importa é conhecer o peixe antes de fazer o petis.
Boa tarde, Joaquim. Boa tarde. Está aqui as sardinhas que me pediste.
Muito obrigado. Poucos no mundo têm disto, mas aqui apanhamos no nosso quintal. Sou filho de Quarteira. O mar é a minha vida e a minha vida é o mar.
Vilamoura é conhecida pelos seus elevados padrões de qualidade urbanística e ambiental. Uma referência assente num rigoroso planeamento que permite um desenvolvimento sustentável. Nascida da ambição de Cupertino de Miranda nos idos anos 50 e, posteriormente, da visão de André Jordan nos anos 90, Vilamoura é hoje um importante polo de atração para famílias que vivem cá durante todo o ano ou simplesmente para aqueles que escolhem vir passar uns dias de férias inesquecíveis. A Inframoura tem feito orgulhosamente parte da história do desenvolvimento de Vilamoura, garantindo nas áreas que se ocupa que Vilamoura está em boas mãos. Desde 2007 que uma equipa dedicada se ocupa diariamente dos 18 km² de território onde coexistem locais e visitantes num harmonioso ambiente cosmopolita. Todos os dias, mais de 16.800 pessoas sabem que podem contar connosco. Estamos em várias frentes do cotidiano de quem cá vive e dos que nos visitam, garantindo fornecimento de água através de uma rede eficiente de mais de 180 km, com perdas mínimas ao longo do sistema. Gerimos também toda a rede de saneamento e gerimos todo o espaço público, criando e mantendo espaços verdes, assegurando a limpeza pública e toda a recolha de resíduos, incluindo a recolha seletiva com pontos de recolha em todo o território. Somos também os responsáveis pela rede viária, garantindo a sua expansão e conservação. Ao longo da nossa operação abrimos novas vias e requalificamos profundamente outras, criando um sistema eficiente de circulação e novas áreas de lazer. Queremos sobretudo que sejam fáceis e cómodas as deslocações dentro do nosso território e por isso temos apostado na mobilidade e na inclusão, criando vias pedonais e cicláveis e disponibilizando bicicletas de uso partilhado desde 2010. Mantivemos a malha ciclável funcional e criámos novas ciclovias. A criação de um território mais equilibrado e coeso está no nosso ADN. Por isso temos um cuidado extremo na manutenção e criação de novas áreas públicas, aumentando as zonas verdes e contribuindo para a descarbonização. Vamos pela via verde no que respeita às opções sustentáveis, gerando energias limpas e colocando-as à disposição de todos. Essa estratégia levou-nos a certificar as nossas boas práticas. Estamos cada vez mais apostados em contribuir para a descarbonização e por um território amigo do ambiente. São muitos os momentos de que nos orgulhamos ao longo destes anos. Um caminho pontuado de feitos e reconhecimento, que nos tem dado motivação redobrada para responder aos desafios que temos pela frente. Este trabalho é acompanhado por uma comunicação ativa e de proximidade que nos permite estar em contacto permanente com os nossos clientes. E é para eles que trabalhamos, para aqueles que encontram em Vilamoura o melhor sítio para viver, para passar férias, para praticar desporto ou para investir. Contem connosco para continuar a fazer de Vilamoura a referência que hoje é e que amanhã continuará a ser como símbolo de qualidade de vida, equilíbrio e sustentabilidade.
chegar a eles, que eu estou em relação a eles. Então estou aqui com a câmara 1, vou dar aqui um plano da comissão de regatas, vou-me aproximar dos líderes do campeonato, já está lá a câmara 4. A câmara 3, não é? Qual é que é a do país? Está agora a ganhar um plano dos líderes do campeonato. Ah, não são eles, são os outros que estão a falar. Posso falar assim de bocadinho? Esta é a câmara 3. Espera aí. Hi guys, good morning. We are now live on the streaming for these European Championships here in Vilamoura. You had 3 days that got you to the top of the leaderboard for the moment, and now it's the serious racing. What is your, now that your competitors are not listening, what is your strategy to hold on to this top spot?
I mean, in general, so far.
Position to try to have better condition.
Yeah, I mean, last day's wind was pretty tricky around here, so if you can read the wind well and play the wind good, for sure that's a big advantage. And yeah, I mean, for us also, we are very consistent so far. We don't really made many points yet. This gives us a bit the chance to really sail well, push hard on the race course to get good sailing, and hopefully have another good second half of the regatta now.
And so these conditions, light wind conditions, are your favorite conditions, or what normally you prefer to get a good performance?
We used to be really good in light always, but we are for sure one of the team that is actually a bigger rounder. So whatever conditions we would face, we would go alright. Maybe even advantage it could change a bit, but it's alright. I think there are a few guys that are most probably a bit lighter and faster than us, but in general I'm sure we can just pull it off sailing in these winds and in every other condition. So it's basically we're well prepared.
And regarding the competition, you have the Polish second place at the moment, and in third place, the Spanish in third place, and these guys are the ones that you are looking more closely, or is there other competitors outside these top three that you consider a challenge for your top spot?
As you mentioned at the beginning, now Goldfried Racing starts. I think it's not so much about looking at the competitors yet, except just trying to sail as good as we can, and in the end, I think that all the good guys are just around and it's close, and I wouldn't point out anyone at this moment yet who is the main competitor.
And just one last question. Have you been training here in Vilamoura for a long time?
We came here just before for this warm-up regatta and used the days since then. We enjoyed the time, but we also spent quite some years before already coming here in autumn and winter for training. So somewhat of a familiar place, but I guess that's part for most of the teams, since most of them came here a lot in the last years.
So does that mean that this Vilamoura is your favorite place to base your winter training?
Well, hard to say. It always depends a bit on where the fleet goes, but we do like it here. Yes.
You like it here. That's great. Well, best of luck for today.
Thank you.
Maybe we will talk to you later if hopefully you are still in the lead, and we can come by and ask you a few questions about the racing.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right.
Pedro Polaco está ali à frente.
Good morning, Luis Raposo, our race officer here for the Goat Fleet for the 49ers. We have tricky conditions. What are you expecting for the race course today?
This is what we were expecting since morning. The sea breeze to come in around 2 o'clock. We have now 5-6 knots from 2 to 0, so finally we have sailing conditions and we are setting the course to start as soon as possible.
Okay, so basically you're just setting the course and we're good to go?
Yes. Yes,
well, we wish you the best of luck, Luis, and give us some nice racing for the day. Thank you very much.
You.
good morning. Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Team from Poland, looking good at the moment, lying second overall.
Yeah.
It's a very light day today. I wonder if this is the conditions that you like the best for this kind of racing?
I think we are getting used to because of the past 3 days, but usually we prefer a bit more breeze, but anyway we are doing quite good in this very light conditions so far.
So, and right now you think you have the good conditions to try and challenge the Austrians that at the moment are leading the scoreboard?
I mean,
you confident for that?
Sure. I mean, it's just the beginning of the regatta, let's say, because Gold Fleet racing is when everything is decided, so we are just focusing on what's ahead of us.
And have you seen now the race course, now that the competitors are not listening to us, what did you see from the race course? What do you think? You're thinking about starting closer to the pin or to the committee boat? You think the left is going to be better?
It's a 1 minute to orange flag, so...
1 minute to orange flag.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want to keep you guys.
Okay,
good luck.
Sorry.
Have the best race and hope to see you later.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, guys.
Bye-bye.
Good luck.
And here we are in Vilamoura, getting ready for the first bit of Gold Fleet racing in the 49er. This is the European Championships for the 49er, the 49er FX and the Nacra 17 classes. So we got 3 Olympic classes. My name is Andy Rice and I'm with Chris Musler from the USA. Chris, we've done a few of these multiple class European Championships with the 9er classes and the Nacras. This is one of the lighter ones we've seen. This has been a real challenge this week for the race organisers and also for the sailors, but I hear a lot of gratitude in the fleet because they know that they have to expect this for the games in Marseille next year. This is quite possible that you could have some of the Olympic competition like this, and primarily it's been a strong wind, legs fully stretched kind of season. So this is, as well as being a European Championship, also useful preparation for the games. What have you heard around the boat park?
Yeah, absolutely. The sailors are loving it. And then welcome everyone to the Gold Fleet Racing in the European Championships. Yeah, we're lucky to get a little bit of sea breeze here, but yeah, the sailors are really happy with this. We're just getting in a sequence with the 49er Gold Fleet right now. And, you know, we even heard that some of the Dutch teams after this are going to go back to Oman, the home of the 2021 Worlds, where it's definitely light conditions over there, to train for just these kind of conditions. And we are around the south-facing shore of Portugal, and normally you can get some varied conditions here, but we've had some good racing this week. The sea breezes are going to come back in, and we're just in a little high-pressure system, so we need this sun to keep this breeze going.
Yes, we do. And at the moment, the sun is out and we've got about 3.5 hours of daylight remaining. So we hope that we can get a good number of 49er Gold Fleet races away. Gold Fleet means only the top 25 out of a total of 93 entries in the men's fleet. So we've whittled down from 93 down to the best 25, and there have been some big name casualties that haven't made it through to the final 25, which is always the way in Olympic class racing. We just hear another signal there. I think maybe that was the 6 minute, or maybe, oh no, that's the 5 minutes. So we're now in the final 5 minutes before the start, and the teams will be working out whether they want to start committee boat end or pin end or somewhere out the middle. Despite it being really light winds, it's been actually quite steady in wind direction the previous days. We'll see if it's like this again today. But even though the wind is super light, it still seems like it's viable racing, Chris.
Yeah, just viable. I talked to one of the American teams today, and they were saying that, you know, yesterday the way they labeled it was just not quite a crapshoot. And that was a way to look at it, where you still have to be totally on your game, and if you make a mistake, you can probably blame it on yourself. And when you shift it into that crapshoot territory, then you're just doing the best you can, and you're kind of a little bit easier on yourself.
And what all the sailors will hope is that there are enough races across the series for all the luck to even out, because there's no doubt there is a lot of luck involved in this light airs kind of racing, and it's so different to what they had during the build-up to the racing. It's the usual cliche of it's not normally like this as soon as day one of the event arrived, because they'd all been training in big waves, in big wind. We're very exposed here on the Atlantic Ocean, and we're quite close to some of the real big wave surf territory around here as well, and yet you know, this is more like the Mediterranean, what we're looking at here.
Absolutely, and it looks like everyone's setting up just a little bit early here. We know that 49ers can really kind of hold their position pretty easily and throw the boat around and keep it in place, so they're going to be sitting there for a while. But the one thing that I've talked to a bunch of sailors about, what they really made improvements since the World Championships in The Hague this summer, was starting in this light air. People have been working on it over the past couple of weeks and months together at this venue, and you'll see right now that there's these are the conditions that they needed to work in.
And Benjamin Bildstein and David Hussel currently holding the lead by just a single point from the Polish team of Dominik Buksak and Szymon Wierzbicki, and both of those teams are amongst those that are grateful for these lighter winds, an opportunity to make sure that they've got this part of their game covered. And they're down in 8th place. Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken, three-time world champions, won their most recent world title on home waters in The Hague, the Netherlands. So they've got a bit of work to do, but their focus this week is working on their starting, and we're just about to see the first of those starts in 2 minutes' time. And you were talking about working on their game for that. It's just amazing, Chris, how they are able to hold station, hold right in one spot for so many minutes. And you've got to book your spot on the line minutes before you actually launch off the start line.
Yeah, and there were some incidents early on in the regatta where there's sometimes culturally with incidental touching, their tiller extensions, their lure tiller extensions stick out about 2 feet or so. It's black, it's very small, and sometimes incidental touching is allowed, and, you know, culturally amongst the boats, and then sometimes someone will decide to protest it in a crossing situation. In situations like this, everyone is really good at their, quote, situational awareness, and but it can happen. So it's really tricky. Sometimes on a day like this where it's really light and the boats are really close, you'll have that, and they'll decide as you get to the pointy end of the spear here, they'll decide to protest them when they wouldn't have previously in the regatta.
And there are probably some teams that will here and others that won't bother, because we've also got another race for the single spot available for European teams to get to the Olympic Games next year. 1 minute to go. We'll come back to that story in a moment, but it's a very even spread across the line. There's a bit of a lollygag up at the committee boat end of the start line. We just heard that it's gone to a postponement, so maybe the wind has just shifted, or something hasn't quite worked out, so we're going to have to hold a little bit longer. So you can see the boats now just launching away, if you can call launching the slow drift off that we have at the moment. But yeah, we'll have to wait a little bit longer to actually see the Gold Fleet get away. But yes, there is another race within a race here, Chris, and that is to see who can book their spot to go to next year's Olympic Games, or at least who can book their nation's spot to do that.
Yeah, it's quite, Andy, it's quite complicated, and as the audience may or may not know, that the World Championship was the first chance for all Olympic classes really to qualify their country for a spot in the Olympic Games. I forget what it was, the various numbers for each classes. You know,
yes, I'm thinking for the 49ers it was probably about 8 places that were available. So back in The Hague just over 2 months ago, the World Championships, that as well as winning the world title, you also wanted to book your spot at the Games. So the Dutch obviously managed to do that by winning the World Championship. And there are various other nations. Bildstein and Hussel, they know that Austria is already secured, so they're not in that race, nor are the Polish, nor are the Spanish, or the New Zealanders or Croatians in the top 5. Don Whitcraft and Dylan Whitcraft, the brothers from Thailand, well, they're not from Europe, so they can't grab this spot. So it's in 7th place, our Belgian team. They are currently in the hot seat to take that single golden ticket that's available from this event, and that means that there's various others below the Belgians that will be gnashing their teeth and thinking this was a missed opportunity if they don't manage to overtake Belgium.
Absolutely, and it gets even more complicated than that when you move into the next split in this regatta, which is the split into the gold fleet. So we're in the top 25 right now, and then if you don't make it into the top 10, then only the first non-qualified European will make it into the top 10. So there's all these kind of I guess what'd you call it, what's it called when you run through something that's dangerous?
An airport? I don't know.
Well, anyway, we'll come back to it. But anyway, it's a challenge where they probably can't even think about this right now, even though we know, like in the fleets like the FX fleet, that's going to be racing right now as well.
Okay, we hear that there is a possibility of an interview with our on-the-water interviewer, Pedro, who has the Spanish team to talk to.
Good morning, guys. Spanish team here looking strong in third position now for the first day of the goat fleet. How are you feeling now that the real competition is going to start? You're in good position, obviously, and I can see on your faces that you are well motivated. How is the feeling on board?
Yeah, absolutely. We are absolutely stoked. We didn't imagine we could do it to the gold fleet because we just started sailing together a couple of weeks ago. Like, we did some training in the past, 2 years ago, but we stopped sailing for a year. So really stoked with our performance this week and just enjoying sailing with the best of the world.
That's great. And now that you have had the chance to check the race course, what is your feeling about today? Are you more confident on the right-hand side or the left-hand side of the course?
We didn't expect that light wind. We thought it was going to be a bit stronger, like the meteo said. But yeah, we are just trying to get a good line and use our boat speed to get on the top.
That's great. So you said you just sailed together for not that long ago,
2
and
weeks.
You did your training here in Vilamoura for this time?
Yeah, like
Sorry,
we did a few days back home in the north of Spain, and then we came here for a week of training.
So normally you are training in Santander?
Yeah, we are from north of Spain, from Galicia. That is near from Santander, but the Spanish base is on Santander, and we have a good squad there with all of our friends and all the 49er sailors, and yeah, we have all the long hours there.
Well, we don't want to keep you. You're obviously preparing for the race, so we wish you the best of luck today, and hopefully we can have another talk after the racing.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. See you. Yeah, have a nice day.
So the brothers Martin and Jaime Visner, they've obviously known each other all their lives, but only been sailing together for 2 weeks. So how amazing is that they should find themselves in third place? And if you'd have asked me, is there going to be a Spanish team in the top three here, then I've said yes, of course. That would be Diego Botín and Florian Trittel, podium finishers in the World Championships the last 2 years, but having a bit of a wobble by their high standards. They did at least scrape into the Gold Fleet yesterday in 22nd place, but these Visner brothers, or Wisner, as I was told to pronounce it in the Spanish way by the brothers yesterday, they've surprised themselves and everybody else to be able to get in sync with each other. Maybe that's brotherly love that's driving that boat right now.
Well, I think the one thing that this highlights is something that the class manager Ben Remacher talked about early, and a lot of the sailors did. When you have these conditions where it's lighter, shiftier, the breeze is a little bit more unstable, instead of a straight line boat speed, the powerhouses in these fleets, the people you normally expect to be on top, they rise up very quickly when it's just straight line speed. When it gets to be a little bit dicier like this, it's not the speed, it's the decision making that makes it happen. And then a lot of the sailors have those skills from all the different classes that they've sailed in. It's really the specific 49er skills over time that really show up a lot of times in the straight line speed. So that's how we see that a Spanish team. We see McCartney and McKenzie from New Zealand, who just started to show their potential in the Worlds. And then also like the team from Thailand, the brothers Don and Dylan Whitcraft. I mean,
Yes.
you know, they have an excellent coach, but those guys have a good attitude. And we have, you know, the Portuguese team that you see here, and they haven't featured before. These guys the Portuguese team have made their first ever Gold Fleet appearance in the 49er, ending with a second place yesterday.
Yeah, so it certainly is shaking up the pecking order, racing in these light conditions. But the 2018 world champions from Croatia, Šime Fantela, Mihavel Fantela, sailing fantastically yesterday in similarly tricky conditions to get a 7th and a 1st place. That lifted them to 5th overall. And as one of the sailors said earlier in one of Pedro's interviews on the water, I think it was the Polish, this is sort of the beginning of the regatta. It's the Gold Fleet where everything is decided. So even though we're already 7 races in, and those points definitely count, there is so much moving that is still available. So I've spoken about the Spanish down in 2nd place, Botin and Trittle. It's certainly within their reach still to be able to climb up into the top 10 and even take a medal. So that's what they will be hoping for. Let's just come back to who's made it, who hasn't qualified so far for the games. And the big surprise to me is that the Germans, there isn't one German team in the top 25, and Fabian Rieger and Tom Heinrich just on the outside. They finished in 26th place at the end of yesterday's sailing. And I'll come back to you about the Germans because I understand Pedro has the young Kiwis in
Germans.
Well, anyway, we'll find out in a moment because we'll find out who's right. Just about to go on the water with Pedro.
Good morning, Isaac and William. Your youngsters in the class, looking strong here, 4th position. You've been leading after the day 1, but now you're lying 4th overall. How are you looking to approach this Gold Fleet phase starting today?
I think the same as every other day really this week. The conditions have been pretty similar, just really light winds, so the same sort of rules apply, get a good start and try and stay free, so that's what we'll try and do today.
And you obviously already checked the race course. Are you feeling more confident on one of the sides, or you're going to have a more conservative strategy and just see what happens during the beat?
Yeah, it looks like the breeze is sort of filling in quite nicely here, so I think the course looks pretty open. It's just going to be very much about get a clear lane, sail the boat fast, and get a good start and go from there.
Right, and this is for you guys is part of your preparation for the Olympics. And how do you feel this experience in Vilamoura has been for your preparation?
I think it's been good light wind practice for us. I mean, every international regatta is good practice. We've got the best guys in the world here, so despite the tricky race course, we're still just really enjoying the starts and the close racing. So I think it all helps in the build-up to the games.
Perfect. Well, we don't want to keep you guys. You're obviously having your chat with the coach. And we wish you all the best of luck today, and hopefully we can talk later after some wins today.
Thank you guys. Cheers.
So Isaac McCarty and Will Mackenzie also in a trial to see who's going to represent New Zealand to go to Paris 2024 next year. So they're sitting well placed at the moment in 4th place, and they got 4 on their sail, NZL 4, because they were 4th in the World Championships a couple of months ago. So McCarty and Mackenzie certainly on the rise, and they got big shoes to fill, of course, because Pete Burling and Blair Tuke for so many years set the standard in 49er racing, the most successful of all time in this class over the last 25 years. 6 world titles, a silver, a gold and a silver medal at 3 successive Olympic Games. So now it's up to McCarty and Mackenzie to see if they can earn the right to follow in Burling and Tuke's footsteps and see if they can get a medal for New Zealand at the next Games. Chris, I was just talking about the German team. So somebody else who's done very well over the last couple of games, the bronze medalists at the last 2 games in Rio and Tokyo. That was Eric Heil and Thomas Plussel. What's happened to them?
Yeah, you know, they realized at the end of the World Championships last year in Canada, we spent a lot of time with them, that, you know, after the Tokyo Games, they just needed to take a little break, assess, and then go do that World Championships and see how they feel. And they came out of that a little disappointed with their finish, but it kind of made their decision probably a little bit easier to decide to retire from Olympic racing after 2 bronze medals. I mean, that's really fantastic by any stretch of the imagination. And Eric Heil, Thomas, I don't think did yet, but Eric decided to take an opportunity to lead a new Sail GP team in the professional catamaran racing league, foiling catamarans. And he's had really some great success right off the bat. And, you know, he's racing in a professional league like a lot of 49er sailors. A lot of these professional leagues pull from these really excellent sailors that go through the rigors of an Olympic campaign and sailing at the top level.
And there we see ESP 74 in the middle of our picture, and that's another team that have got great experience on the Sail GP circuit. That's Diego Botin and Florian Trittel, who we've been talking about here, and they were struggling at the back of Sail GP for quite some time, and then they had their breakthrough earlier this season, winning one of the events and really showing great potential as they move forward in that. And one of the challenges is, well, you're already busy enough doing an Olympic campaign. Have you really got the time and headspace to be able to do something else like Sail GP? And there are some pros and some cons to that, probably, aren't there? And Chris, I think you know a little bit about who's decided to stay in that game and who's decided to withdraw and concentrate purely 100% on their Olympic campaigns.
Yeah, absolutely. And I talked to Diego and Florian about that yesterday. We had a really great chat about it. You know, I called them kind of like superheroes because, you know, when we see them able to, you know, strap on helmets with goggles and oxygen and knives and harnesses and all this stuff to sail GP, and then they'll fly across the country or across the world and then go do some of their training. So it does take its toll. You know, not all the sailors that, you know, I talked to Paula Barcelo from the Spanish 49er FX team. She decided to take a break from that Spanish Sail GP team to focus 100% on her Olympic campaign. Diego and Florian were saying, we're going to see how long we can do this. One of the biggest lessons that we learned is to manage our travel and rest and recovery. It's one thing that a lot of these sailors travel a lot, but these particular sailors that do multiple campaigns, there are a lot of sailors here that the Women's America's Cup, Youth America's Cup, Regular America's Cup, Sail GP, and one of the biggest things that Diego and Florian are focusing on is managing their travel schedule, being really thoughtful about that, and making sure they have the right rest and recovery between that travel, being more efficient about how they manage that.
Okay, well, there's more to dig into on that, but we've had some requests to speak to the Irish. So if you've got your request and someone that you want us to speak to, then do get in touch through 49er.org and any of our social channels and let us know who you want Pedro to speak to. But let's go to Pedro out in the water to speak to the Irish.
Okay, good morning. Here we are with the Irish team trying to fight for an Olympic slot. At the moment you are second on that race, you're lying 13th overall, but your big target is actually to get a slot for the Olympics. So the big competition right now is the Belgians that I understand they are leading that race. How are you going to challenge that spot? Do you have some specific strategy?
Well, it's in the lead up to this regatta. We've been in Vilamoura a while now, and we've been practicing a lot of light winds and starting with our key areas. And I think as the regatta has gone on with the lighter winds, we've been getting progressively better. So our trajectory is pretty good. So I think we're just going to keep doing what we're doing, and hopefully the results will keep getting better and better.
So you are motivated, obviously. I can see that. Your Irish rugby team didn't do so well, but you are looking to do much better than the rugby team, I hope.
Yeah, that's the plan anyway.
And have you seen the race course? You are aware of how the conditions are developing here for the day. You have decided which side of the course you're going to play, or are you going to just play by ear as the wind shows to wind?
I think I'll let the helm answer that one.
Yeah, we're just going to see what happens. The wind seems to be coming and going a little bit, so whenever it fills in properly, we'll make time.
Okay, well, I wish you guys all the best, and don't drink too much Guinness, and have some good racing today.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay, guys, thank you. Good luck. Cheers, man.
Those are the kind of sacrifices that Olympic sailors have to make. You can't drink the Guinness because a Guinness ends up with what, Chris?
I don't know.
A muffin top. If you drink too much Guinness, you end up with a muffin top, and you will not find a muffin top in the Gold Fleet here.
Everyone's pretty fit here, and jokes aside, just a quick reminder that we were talking before about that balance of being a professional sailor and being an Olympic campaigner. We had a great interview with Diego and Florian yesterday on that topic. If you check out our Instagram, our Facebook page, our YouTube channel, even on TikTok, and just a big shout out to Alexia Lahoud, who's really full-time with these classes. She's the person behind the camera getting all these stories across to everyone, getting a lot more reach than you and I are getting, doing anything that we do, and she's excellent. So check out all those channels. And you can check out all the extra interviews that we've been doing all along, and where Andy and I really pull a lot of our information from. Alexia talks to all the sailors across all three of these fleets, and she really develops a relationship with them since she started this year.
Yeah, big up to the Lahoods. So well done to Alexia, who is really lighting up the social media, which is obviously a massive part of getting the word out there about 49er, FX and Nacra racing across the world. And we have got a request show here. The Irish were the first in there. If you want us to speak to one of the other teams before we get into sequence for the first Gold Fleet race for the 49ers, then do let us know. And so we were talking about the Sail GP crossover. Another skipper that we've got of one of the Sail GP teams, Sebastian Schneider, who skippers the Swiss entry in Sail GP. Now he has suddenly put on an extra level of performance this year. I mean, he came from, in my view, nowhere. I mean, to get second at the World Championships. He's got that number 2 on his sail, and he's sailing really well this week. He's struggling a little bit with consistency, and I'd be interested to know how these numbers end up like this, but his scores go. This is Sebastian Schneider and Arnaud de Planta, 1:27, 1:16, 7, 1:18. So they're winning big, and then they're having some pretty big scores in between that. So I don't know what we can deduce from that, but anyway, they got 3 wins.
Yeah, his nickname is Seba, and him and Arnaud are absolutely excellent. I think the one thing that we've been learning from talking to the women or men sailors who are in those America's Cup and Sail GP professional leagues, he's part of the Swiss Sail GP team. He was on the Team Tilt and a Swiss Youth America's Cup team. He's actually been involved in the other end, the non-Olympic end of this sport. He's a top skier. He had to choose between skiing and sailing when he was pretty young. He's still an excellent skier. And we talk about those skills coming back, and it must seem pretty at least daunting to some of the Olympic campaigners who don't have those opportunities that people like Seb and Paula and Diego and Florian have. It's almost like you get this secret upskilling. They talked about decision-making at speed. Outside of, besides the Nacra, outside of these Olympic classes, the professional leagues, they're doing 30, 40, 50 knots. And so when your brain is calibrated, I talked to Paula about this, when your brain is calibrated at that speed, when you go on a boat that only does 9 knots upwind, then it seems like everything is slowed down for you. You have so much more time in your brain. Your brain's working so quickly to make these decisions. And I think when Seb came out and got second at the World Championships, he probably was the only one who wasn't surprised by the result.
Well, I hear that we have a request for Poland for an interview with one of the Polish. I mean, we have already spoken to one of the Poles already, but there are others out there performing. So I feel like if somebody else comes in, that might take precedence over the Poland request. But anyway, we've logged that. Thank you very much. Now, we got onto Sail GP partly because we were talking about Eric Highland, Thomas Plussel, and winding back 10 minutes, we were talking about the fact that there are no Germans that got through in the top 25. So apparently there was some German protests last night. Got some interference here. I'm not sure what it is. Anyway, they were actually protesting each other to see if they could to get through, and that's not not worked out. Anyway, so we're trying to see. We've just got a technical issue here. We're just trying to solve that. But anyway, the Germans haven't made it through this time. There's been pretty much a change of the guard since the retirement of Eric Harl and Tommy Plussel, and they're seeing if the Germans can regroup and get somebody up to speed in time for these next games. It doesn't look well. They certainly won't get the opportunity to qualify here because they haven't made it into the Gold Fleet. But then the last chance saloon is there are 5 final places available at the Semaine Olympique Française in the south of France, in Hyères, and that's next April. So that will be the final opportunity for Germany and other countries still hoping to qualify in any of the Olympic classes, actually, any of the 10 Olympic events. It's Hyères next year in April when the Germans will be hoping to earn their spot into the men's 49er. Now we're still on hold. It looks like things are going to take a while longer to get up and running. So there was that postponement that we had 10 minutes ago, and it's just seeming like it's taking a while longer to get back into play for this first race of the day. Now, we've just got an issue with Chris's headset at the moment, so that's just being sorted out because there's other things I want to talk to Chris about. He's been the man running around the boat park getting the conversations with various of the teams. Remember that while we're looking at the 49ers, we've also got the 49er FX, the women's fleet here, and we've got the Nacra 17s, the mixed gender catamaran as well. And I've just been reminded. Yeah, sorry. Yes, there is a German team in here because, yeah, I'm looking at a set of scores where they were still listed as 26th. But actually, I hear that Fabian Rieger and Tom Heinrich are in the Gold Fleet because one of the other teams was using the old style see-through sails, not these black North sails that we're looking at here. And part of the deal was it was in the notice of race and sailing instructions that you could only qualify for Gold Fleet racing if you were using the new black North sails. So by default of one of the other teams still on the old see-through Pride sails, they had to step out of Gold Fleet, and that's made way for the Germans. There we are, Germany 13. I think I was being dropped a hint there earlier when our camera was looking at that. I should have put 2 and 2 together. But there we have it. There's Germany 13, Fabian Rieger, Tom Heinrich. So they are carrying the hopes of their nation that they can climb up from 25th place and start challenging the Belgians, Yannick Lefebvre and Jan Hernick, who are in the box seat in 7th place at the moment. It looks like Belgium at the moment is set to take that one Olympic spot. So anyway, sorry about that confusion, but Germany is still in the hunt here for one of those spots. And we have similar battles going on in the FX. I think in the FX we have a battle between Poland, Germany and Italy. And in Italy, well, they didn't manage to book their spot at the Worlds at The Hague, but Jana Germoni and Giorgia Bertuzzi are absolutely running away with that at the moment because they are running away with the whole event. They are sitting in first place overall, and they are looking extremely strong to get onto the podium, and if they do that, then it's highly likely they will have also booked their Olympic spot. And across in the Nacra 17, there's similar battles going on there. Now, Chris, let's see if we've got you back.
All right, I got my speaker back. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. And yeah, just a little note about that German team. I spoke with the senior coach, Croy. There are 42 sailors from Germany spread across their 49er and 49er FX fleets at this European Championships, and 10 coaches. It's the largest group of German 49er and FX sailors they've ever had at a regatta. And I made a joke with the coach that, you lose I think it's Susanna and Tina from their women's team, and then you lose Eric Kyle and Thomas Plussel, and then you replace them with 20 or 30 younger sailors. But so they're definitely in a rebuilding stage as a nation in these classes, but it's a great sign to have all those young sailors here.
Yeah, the Germans have been really committed to skiff sailing in the men and the women. I think it's going to be a challenge for them to get medals out of Marseille next year, but for sure they will come back strongly for LA 2028 with the way they're putting in those resources and just the sheer numbers. Meanwhile, I hear that we have an interview on the water lined up with Thailand, so take it away, Pedro.
Now again with Simon.
Hi, we're here with this Thailand team from Thailand, Dylan and Dawn, coached by my old friend Simon Hiscox, silver medalist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Giving this team all his experience and feedback. So how is it to work with Simon?
Yeah, it's really good to be back with Simon again. Just to have that vast experience really helps us. It's just really great to have that around us when we're racing. So now it's a big bonus.
He's a bit of a silver fox as well.
And so you guys have been teamed up for around 10 years now, as I understood, in the 29ers.
Yeah.
And now in the 49ers for quite a few years as well. And doing great here, 6th place overall, starting this goat fleet. So are you raising your targets now, trying to challenge the podium positions? What is your feeling about this regatta?
We came into the regatta with a bit of a goal to kind of trip away and see how long we could stay in contention with the front of the fleet, and we've sort of been holding on to that so far. So the goal is to just continue to see how long we can hang on to it. But yeah, it's a great experience, and first time in gold fleets, that's quite cool.
So in terms of Olympic qualification, are you qualified already? You still have to qualify. What's the status of your team at the moment?
We still have to qualify. Our qualifier is in December in Thailand at our home club, which will be good fun. We've never done a race there as adults, so we're quite excited for that. That's why we got back into the 49er. Not really to qualify or anything, but more just to go back to Thailand and do a proper race there.
That's great.
Adults, yeah.
And how's been your experience here in Vilamoura? Are you enjoying this European warm weather?
Yeah, no, this is good for us. Yeah, no, it's quite nice like this. The first days were quite cold, but right now sitting in the sun, it's glorious. But yeah, we just need some more wind.
Yeah, and Simon obviously is not used to sun because he comes from England. So are you coping well? Are you putting enough sunscreen, Simon?
Yeah, I'm vaguely coping. I mean, it's not so bad this time of year in the winter, is it? The sun's a bit lower and not quite as powerful, so you can get away with it. And when you've got leathered old skin like you and I have, the sun doesn't have quite such a...
And how are you enjoying now coaching this team from Thailand?
Yeah, I mean, the lads, it's really quite nice to actually come back to them, because when we first started, they were learning to sail the boat together. I think I went out to Thailand and sailed with them both there, and at their club in Maruna, which is a lovely spot in the world to go and visit. But now obviously they were quite young then, and they've grown up and matured and been through study in universities and found their way in life a little bit, and now they're being able to sort of fulfil some of the potential they've always shown. It's quite rewarding and enjoyable to watch.
So definitely another team to look for, this Thailand team with Simon Hiscox coaching. We are looking forward to see some good results from you guys. Hopefully you can stick to the position or even improve it for the remaining days.
That'd be nice.
Looking forward to see you guys' performance.
Great, cool. Thanks, man.
Thank you. Good luck.
Have a good one.
So great to see the guys from Thailand, Don and Dylan Whitcraft, sitting in 6th overall, coached by Simon Hiscox. I used to sail with Simon in the 49er before he got rid of me to sail with Ian Barker, and they went on and won the silver medal in Sydney 2000. And Ian Barker actually is also coaching one of the other teams doing well here, and that is the Swiss that we referred to earlier. That's Sebastian Schneider and Arnaud de Planta. So Ian Barker, it looks like his coaching input is also making a difference with the way that the Swiss have made gains in recent months.
And Andy, you know, we were talking earlier about the challenges that you have to get through just to qualify your country. First, you have to get into the Gold Fleet, then you have to get into the top 10, and then you have to beat, you know, whoever the closest European competitor. And I was looking for that word, you know, like what's difficult to get through? And Chris Snow, Nevin Snow, the competitor here in 9th place, Chris Snow sent in a note and it said it's gauntlet. You have to run a gauntlet.
You've got to run a gauntlet.
Several gauntlets to qualify your country here at this regatta for the Olympic Games.
You could jump through hoops, but yes,
that's true.
But anyway, that's not dangerous. You asked for something dangerous, so maybe Chris is right. Gauntlet is the word that you were looking for.
Exactly.
So it's really good to see some of the non-European nations also competing here at the championships, and always great to see when Asian nations like Thailand are able to do well here. And as the Whitcraft said, their opportunity, or their next opportunity, comes up next month at the Asian Championship. It happens to be in Thailand, but they will be Don Whitcraft reckons their closest competition for that spot will probably come from China. The Chinese have really started taking skiff racing seriously over the past 5 years or so, and we don't see any Chinese competing here. But I remember at the World Championships last year when you and I, Chris, were commentating in Halifax, Nova Scotia, just what amazing straight line speed some of the 49er, the FX and the Nacra sailors had. I mean, they've still got to put their whole game together, but they have got such a program running back in China by the sound of it.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's interesting because it's kind of all or nothing with the Chinese teams. They come as a big group, and otherwise their training sometimes is kind of, I don't know if insular is the right word for it, but they train amongst themselves, amongst large groups of boats with excellent coaching and a great work ethic, and they come out and they surprise everyone because everyone's not used to competing against them on the circuit. And for whatever reason, that's the way it's working for that team. But we don't see them here. But you know, that brings up another point. You know, one thing that we were concerned about being kind of largely English-speaking broadcasting when we work on the sport. We have not, you know, all the other teams are non-native English speakers, and we're fortunate enough that a lot of the European and South American teams speak very good English. And but a lot of other teams, like particularly China and Japan, they don't speak English, and so we have to work really hard. And just to give you guys a little background, sometimes we have to write the questions out ahead of time and then allow them to translate it and answer in English or have a translator. So that's a little tidbit about how we work with this. But you know, the Croatians speak great English, so I'll pass this over to Andy to let you know what's coming up.
All right, so it is the Fantella brothers. Pedro's got them lined up. Let's hear what they have to say.
Here we are again, now with the Croatian team, the Fantella brothers, doing a great job this European Championships. They've been medalists in the 470, they've been world champions in the 49ers, and now here in Vilamoura, starting this goat fleet. What is your feeling about the next 3 days of racing here in Vilamoura?
The forecast doesn't seem super great, but we are expecting light breeze, something that we had in qualification. So we are working on small details how to improve the speed in this light breeze, because we don't expect that it's going to be until the last day. So that's our focus on it.
And so you are mostly a heavier wind team, or because you guys are quite heavy for?
I think we believe we are in a ballpark, in a mid-range.
That's great.
So we try to be all around. So because obviously in sailing it's a 7 days competition, and it can be light and strong. So we try to be all around sailors.
And between the 470s and now the 49ers, obviously when you were sailing 470s, you had to be a lot lighter.
Yeah.
So now life is a little bit more beautiful.
Yeah,
you don't
it's
have
easier.
To diet so much.
Yeah, that was the biggest struggle in the 470. I had to be like 10 kilos lighter, that was a big struggle. But obviously, when you have a goal in front of yourself, then it's a bit easier.
And tell me, where did you put the 10 kilos after the
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. You just fill in the gaps inside the body somewhere.
Yeah, that's great. So how is it sailing brothers? I sailed with my brother myself in the 49er in the old days. It wasn't very easy, so I'm very impressed that you guys keep sailing for so many years together. I hope my brother is not listening to me right now. But it's amazing. How's the feeling to sail with your brother?
Yeah, the life it's easy. If you have a goal, as Shima said, all the problems are smaller. So we try to reach our goals, and all the focus is over there. So obviously we have heavier days and lighter days, but at the end it's a joy to say.
Great. And now after these Europeans, you're going to keep working hard for the Olympics, and you're going to stay here in Vilamoura and do some practice. You're planning to practice somewhere else?
Yeah, we are transferring to Lanzarote. Over there we have Worlds next year, so we will have a base over there. And this race is beginning of next 2024 season. So yeah, preparing for the games.
Well, that's looking forward to see you guys performing. You guys look great, brothers. Good curriculum, and definitely a team to look for. So good luck and enjoy the rest of the racing.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Nice one.
So, Fantella brothers, and a good bit of insight from Pedro, who used to race the 49er with his brother Francisco, who's also here doing some coaching for one of the teams. So that we see quite a few brothers in this fleet and doing pretty well at the moment. And Pedro also referred to the fact that back in his 470 days, when he was winning a world championship and Olympic gold medal in Rio 2016, that Shimei Fantella, who's a tall guy, was 10 kilos lighter and was on a constant diet. And he sailed with Ihor Marinic, a friend of his. They used to race Optimist together, and they decided they were going to sail together in the 470. And at the time, they were both very young and they hadn't grown, and they were, I think maybe Ihor was the taller of the two. But they decided that whoever beats who in this Optimist race is going to be the helm, and the other one's going to be the crew in the 470 when they team up together. So Shimei manages to beat Ihor in the Optimist race. He therefore becomes the helm, but then they grow, they go through their teens, and at the end of it, Shimei is standing well over 6 feet tall, and Ihor Marinic, the crew, he ends up being one of the shortest crews in the 470, and Shimei is one of the tallest. And you think, how would that work? You look at them, you think, Ihor must be the helm, Shimei must be the crew. But no, it was the other way round, and somehow they defied the laws of physics. You know how obsessed we are, Chris, with being the right weight and the right height and everything else for the kind of boat that you sail. But these guys sailed so well that despite their weird setup with being the wrong way round, they managed to win a world title and an Olympic title all in the same year.
Yeah, and when we look at these fleets, it's not quite the same anymore with such a developed, at least in the 49er. The 49er is more than 20 years old. It started in the 2000 Olympics. And you see these sailors, and you don't see a lot of really small people in the top of this fleet and mixed-matched crews like that. But yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see different sizes do really well, because it tells you an awful lot about the flexibility of these boats, the flexibility of the sailors, and the abilities of the sailors. You do see, it always amazes me when we look at the 49er and then the FX fleets that are both out there on the water today, that they're basically the same boat. And you look at the women, and some of them are tiny, really, not as tall and not as heavy as a lot of the other guy crews. And they compete against, the women's teams that are, both are 6 feet tall. So it's really fantastic to see the mixed abilities of this. And it just tells a lot about our sport and the adaptability of the boats and about the adaptability of the sailors.
I think there's still a bit of learning going on in the FX fleet, which is a younger fleet. It's only been around 10 years compared with the 25 years that the 49er has been around for the men. And, well, so far the most successful have been the Brazilians, Martina Grael and Cayena Kunze, winners of the gold medals at the last 2 Olympic Games. And if they managed to win a gold medal, they would be the most successful female Olympic sailors of all time. They're I would say, slightly on the smaller side of the scale. But then you see the recently crowned world champions from Sweden, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler, very tall. And those levers worked really well for Sweden at The Hague, winning, I think, 7 out of 15 races. I mean, they absolutely wiped the floor. And when they're able to stretch their legs and use their leverage, they are super fast. But they are struggling a little bit this week. And as we've heard the Fantellas just say, it's a 7-day event. You've got to be ready for anything. You want to be an all-round sailor.
Yeah, and I just want to bring up a little point. We're bringing, moving from the technical aspects of sailing these boats that Andy and I are talking about, and then the sailors that we're talking about, everyone we're mentioning, look at how decorated we're talking about. We're going back to their careers winning medals in 470s. We're talking about their dominant experiences at World Championships. But like we said, a little bit because of these conditions this week, we have a lot of sailors we don't know. And one thing I want to give a little shout out to, we got that little note from Chris Snow, who's Nevin Snow's father from the USA team. From our fan base, keep that information coming. If you have a sailor in the fleet that you're watching, whether it be a friend or you're a fan or whatever it is, you have a little bit of tidbit about that person. It could be about sailing, it could be about sport, it could be about lifestyle, or the type of fast food that they eat or music that they listen to that that you're willing to share or it's okay to share. Send us some information, and that'll help crowdsource our knowledge about these sailors, because as sailors move up through the ranks, we haven't seen them as much. We don't have their resumes as easily accessible as our fans do. So share with us, and we'll share with the world all the great stuff about these sailors that are rising up through their ranks, and most of them are on their Olympic journey. We met in a British team that's not on an Olympic journey. They're more on a holiday, but that's a fun story too.
Yeah, Colin and Gary, who have come over from the Lake District, they bought a 25-year-old boat for about £2,500. They got one of the newer rigs on, but still the see-through sails that they wouldn't be allowed to race in Goldfleet if they made it that far. And they just wanted to finish one race. That was their goal for this week. Well, they did that in race 1. And not only that, there were times when they were rounding in the top 15 and they were ahead of all the other British boats in that particular race. So they're having their moments of giant killing. And Colin and Gary said they couldn't have had a warmer welcome. So even though everyone knows that they're here just for fun, they're here just to experience the fun of racing a 49er at international level, and they're not going to threaten anyone for the podium here. They're just having a lot of fun doing it.
Absolutely. Now let's talk a little bit about the elephant in the room when it comes to sailboat racing. I mean, we went live today.
Is that the Snollygoster?
No, we'll get to the Snollygoster. Yeah, that's a very specific thing on these 49ers that we need to talk about later.
Okay.
So absolutely. No, just don't make a big kerfuffle about this. We'll figure it out later. So basically, when we look at these conditions and you go to live and you see a flagpole with droopy post-moment flags, and it's not uncommon in our sport, and especially for people who aren't sailors, it can be kind of confusing, and we get given a hard time as sailors about these conditions and sometimes not having racing and the unpredictability of it. But we can talk about that later, and I'll have Andy introduce our next guest.
Yes, I understand that Pedro is with Corinne on the race management side of things, so let's get the latest update from Pedro.
Hi Corinne, you are the class representative here in Vilamoura, and you are helping here Luis Raposo with the race management.
Yes, we're working together, yes.
Unfortunately, we don't have the conditions to start a race yet, but we are enjoying the sunshine.
Yes.
And I understand this is your first time in Vilamoura.
Yes, my first time in Vilamoura. I enjoy the sun for sure, but we wait for the wind. Unfortunately, some wind were expected in the afternoon, sea breeze, but it's still not. Now, I don't know if it is coming or not. We are going to wait a little bit more, but I hope we could have at least one race today.
Yes, and having the 49er class here in Vilamoura, it's a great pleasure and a great honor, and I hope that the feeling from the class is the same to be here in Vilamoura, sailing in this area.
Yes, but it's a nice place to sail for sure, for sure. The wind was light this week, but we know that usually there are some wind, but unfortunately this week is light. But it was okay because we are now in the final and the plan is under control, and it's okay.
Yes, we will wait a little bit more to see if the conditions improve.
Yes, we can wait until 4:30 maybe. Just maybe the sea breeze is coming, we wait for. We never know that. We have to wait to give race if possible.
Thank you, Corinne, so much.
You're welcome.
And enjoy here
Thank
your
you.
time in the race committee boat.
Thank you very much.
Well, never any let up, even on a day like today, for Corinne and the rest of the race crew who are trying to make the best of some really difficult conditions here in Vilamoura. We are holding out all our hopes, keeping all our fingers crossed that we're going to get back into the racing. And I also want to hear more about the Snollygoster from Chris. But from me, Andy Rice and Chris Muesler, we're just going to go to a little commercial break and we will be back to you later.
Vilamoura é conhecida pelos seus elevados padrões de qualidade urbanística e ambiental. Uma referência assente num rigoroso planeamento que permite um desenvolvimento sustentável. Nascida da ambição de Cupertino de Miranda nos idos anos 50 e, posteriormente, da visão de André Jordan nos anos 90, Vilamoura é hoje um importante polo de atração para famílias que vivem cá durante todo o ano ou simplesmente para aqueles que escolhem vir passar uns dias de férias inesquecíveis. A Inframoura tem feito orgulhosamente parte da história do desenvolvimento de Vilamoura, garantindo nas áreas que se ocupa que Vilamoura está em boas mãos. Desde 2007 que uma equipa dedicada se ocupa diariamente dos 18 km² de território onde coexistem locais e visitantes num harmonioso ambiente cosmopolita. Todos os dias, mais de 16.800 pessoas sabem que podem contar connosco. Estamos em várias frentes do cotidiano de quem cá vive e dos que nos visitam, garantindo fornecimento de água através de uma rede eficiente de mais de 180 km, com perdas mínimas ao longo do sistema. Gerimos também toda a rede de saneamento e gerimos todo o espaço público, criando e mantendo espaços verdes, assegurando a limpeza pública e toda a recolha de resíduos, incluindo a recolha seletiva com pontos de recolha em todo o território. Somos também os responsáveis pela rede viária, garantindo a sua expansão e conservação. Ao longo da nossa operação abrimos novas vias e requalificamos profundamente outras, criando um sistema eficiente de circulação e novas áreas de lazer. Queremos sobretudo que sejam fáceis e cómodas as deslocações dentro do nosso território e por isso temos apostado na mobilidade e na inclusão, criando vias pedonais e cicláveis e disponibilizando bicicletas de uso partilhado desde 2010. Mantivemos a malha ciclável funcional e criámos novas ciclovias. A criação de um território mais equilibrado e coeso está no nosso ADN. Por isso temos um cuidado extremo na manutenção e criação de novas áreas públicas, aumentando as zonas verdes e contribuindo para a descarbonização. Vamos pela via verde no que respeita às opções sustentáveis, gerando energias limpas e colocando-as à disposição de todos. Essa estratégia levou-nos a certificar as nossas boas práticas. Estamos cada vez mais apostados em contribuir para a descarbonização e por um território amigo do ambiente. São muitos os momentos de que nos orgulhamos ao longo destes anos. Um caminho pontuado de feitos e reconhecimento que nos tem dado motivação redobrada para responder aos desafios que temos pela frente. Este trabalho é acompanhado por uma comunicação ativa e de proximidade que nos permite estar em contacto permanente com os nossos clientes. E é para eles que trabalhamos, para aqueles que encontram em Vilamoura o melhor sítio para viver, para passar férias, para praticar desporto ou para investir. Contem connosco para continuar a fazer de Vilamoura a referência que hoje é e que amanhã continuará a ser como símbolo de qualidade de vida, equilíbrio e sustentabilidade.
Pour me faire tourner ce monde. When you hold my hand, I understand the magic that you do. You're my dream.
Visit our sea, our sun, our heritage and our culture. Only you can continue to make us the best destination in the world. Visit Portugal.
Why? Why cross continents? Why conquer the sea? Challenge the winds. Why push boundaries and cross the limits?
Won't stop mobbing till I count 100 stacks. Even with a GPS, you couldn't get to where I'm at. Up in these
Facing the cold and the rain.
If you carried all these bags, you would have a bad bag.
We do it for the moments.
Down low, money out the bag, throwing round up. Left class and I let the ground float. Don't ask if you ain't about dope. Shorty pants told her drop it down low. Money out the bag, throwing round up. Up in first class, got the ground float. Don't ask if you ain't about dope. Won't stop mobbing till I'm counting up.
Arrive at the sunset for the memories that are ours.
Do you feel me?
want to feel this. Live this the way you want to. No need to adapt. No need for a revolution. I'm evolution. And we'll do this together. You, me, the sea that goes in your hair, the sound that plays in your ear, the color green that has a smell, the taste that stays in your memory. I'm a choice, and I could say a lot about why you should make it. But this is not about words. It's about Vilamoura becoming extraordinary.
Há segredos que só o mar pode revelar. Histórias que só os pescadores podem contar. Aqui em Quarteira todos os caminhos vão dar ao mar. E toda a gente vive do mar e para o mar. Afinal, somos pescadores de Quarteira. Eu sei porque estás aqui. Queres a minha receita, não é? Para descobrires, terás de vir comigo.
Boa noite, mestre.
Boa noite, camaradas. Apanha, arreuscado. Hoje vamos enfrentar as ondas com coragem e sabedoria.
Pode ser que haja sorte e que o mar generoso traga a nossa vontade.
Ele está com amor!
Aqui está ela. Antigamente vinha carregada até à gola. O material deste qualquer um trabalha.
Mas o que importa é conhecer o peixe antes de fazer o petis.
Boa tarde, Joaquim. Boa tarde. Está aqui as sardinhas que me pediste.
Muito obrigado.
Poucos no mundo têm disto, mas aqui apanhamos no nosso quintal. Sou filho de Quarteira. O mar é a minha vida e a minha vida é o mar.
Vilamoura é conhecida pelos seus elevados padrões de qualidade urbanística e ambiental. Uma referência assente num rigoroso planeamento que permite um desenvolvimento sustentável. Nascida da ambição de Cupertino de Miranda nos idos anos 50 e, posteriormente, da visão de André Jordan nos anos 90, Vilamoura é hoje um importante polo de atração para famílias que vivem cá durante todo o ano ou simplesmente para aqueles que escolhem vir passar uns dias de férias inesquecíveis. A Inframoura tem feito orgulhosamente parte da história do desenvolvimento de Vilamoura, garantindo nas áreas que se ocupa que Vilamoura está em boas mãos. Desde 2007 que uma equipa dedicada se ocupa diariamente dos 18 km² de território onde coexistem locais e visitantes num harmonioso ambiente cosmopolita. Todos os dias, mais de 16.800 pessoas sabem que podem contar connosco. Estamos em várias frentes do cotidiano de quem cá vive e dos que nos visitam, garantindo fornecimento de água através de uma rede eficiente de mais de 180 km, com perdas mínimas ao longo do sistema. Gerimos também toda a rede de saneamento e gerimos todo o espaço público, criando e mantendo espaços verdes, assegurando a limpeza pública e toda a recolha de resíduos, incluindo a recolha seletiva com pontos de recolha em todo o território. Somos também os responsáveis pela rede viária, garantindo a sua expansão e conservação. Ao longo da nossa operação abrimos novas vias e requalificamos profundamente outras, criando um sistema eficiente de circulação e novas áreas de lazer. Queremos, sobretudo, que sejam fáceis e cómodas as deslocações dentro do nosso território e por isso temos apostado na mobilidade e na inclusão, criando vias pedonais e cicláveis e disponibilizando bicicletas de uso partilhado desde 2010. Mantivemos a malha ciclável funcional e criámos novas ciclovias. A criação de um território mais equilibrado e coeso está no nosso ADN. Por isso temos um cuidado extremo na manutenção e criação de novas áreas públicas.
Welcome back to Vilamoura. We are still on hold seeing if this race committee can get the first race of Gold Fleet for the 49ers at the European Championships here in the south of Portugal. I'm Andy Rice and I'm with Chris Muesler. And Chris, what do you reckon? It's still looking a little bit shaky out there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, let's. I wanted to talk about this a little bit earlier, just to get into the weeds a little bit about coastal racing. It's one of those things where the other day, when you looked at the forecast, it was showing a light breeze overnight and during the day coming kind of offshore. You know, we are the south-facing coast, so like a little bit northwest breeze, just based on a high pressure system, and we're in the middle of it where there's no wind in a clockwise rotating high pressure system. And so, but it was sunny, and the water's getting pretty cold because it's fall. So anyone in the group would have known that, okay, if it's sunny and the regular wind, what we call the gradient wind in the sky, is coming from the northwest, but when the land heats up and the sea breeze comes in, then the breeze will bend around to the south, and that's exactly what happened. And we knew exactly that it was going to happen later in the day because it was going to take longer for the land to heat up. And so everybody kind of knows these things over the years, but just explaining to the audience that even today they knew it was going to take a little bit longer for a lot of the same reasons. We're now right in the middle of that high pressure system, but the sea breeze is just taking a lot longer for this recipe to cook up.
Yeah, and we just hope it's warm enough for that thermal to really come to something. Meanwhile, our man on the water, Pedro, has the team from Malta to speak to.
Here we are now with another team to look for from Malta. Can you introduce yourselves?
My name is Richard.
And my name is Ewan.
So you here in the goat fleet, obviously you did well during the qualifying series. Is this something that you were aspiring, or is it a surprise for you to be in the goat fleet? How's been your preparation until now? What is your feeling about this result so far?
Okay, we've done only like 3 months sailing together. We've sailed for the youth sport together, and we've done this World Championship on youth. And then I don't know, one month ago, Richard texted me and said, "Oh, do you want to do the European?" And I said yes, and we're sailing since, I don't know, 2 weeks now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well done, guys. It's very impressive because normally in the 49er class it takes a while to reach this kind of level, but you guys have managed. Well, I know it's light winds and it makes it a little bit easier, but still, it's a great achievement.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm sure you guys are happy about that.
Yeah,
and
of course.
so you come all the way from Malta for this European Championship. How hard it was for you guys to organize all this? Were you based in Europe already, or you came specially for this event?
Well, mostly we're based in Europe during the summer, and then now just to participate in these championships across Europe. And then during the winter we're more based in Malta, but it depends on different situations.
Yeah. And now for the remaining days, what's your plans? What your targets? You have dreamed about any kind of results? What do you think you can achieve here?
Nothing big in mind. We just take race by race. Also to enjoy the process, because it's quite a nice event here down in Vilamoura, especially it's very nice organized. So yeah, no goal in mind. We just take race by race, we enjoy it, and we take all the learnings we can.
And now following up this regatta, you're going to stay here in Vilamoura, you're going to practice somewhere else, you're planning to do a more serious campaign and try to head to the Olympics next year. What you have in mind?
We think about it because I'm not Maltese, I'm French.
Oh, you're French.
And I need to change nationality for the Olympics, and that was too close from the Olympics to change my nationality.
Oh.
So we're not campaigning for the 2024 Olympics, and we may see later if it's possible for 2028. But for now, we want to keep our nationalities and just do well in our countries.
Yeah. So you're planning to maybe become a team for Malta for 2028?
I'm not saying that, but that could be a possibility. Maybe later. We don't know.
And now today, obviously it's a bit frustrating to be here waiting for so long for the wind, but it looks like it might come a little bit further to the right, the breeze, and we could have some racing going in a few minutes. Looking at the race course, what do you think? What would you choose right now in terms of strategy? Would you think about starting at a committee boat? I could see that you guys were trying to keep your boat next to the committee boat, and by interviewing you guys, I ruined that plan. But we will help you get the boat back in that pole position. But that was the plan, to start at the committee boat and tack to the right?
Yeah, well, obviously the wind died, so we were just looking at options. But now, as you see, the breeze seems to be filling in. It looks a little bit lighter on the right-hand side, but hopefully we get some racing in about half an hour or so, and then we can hopefully start at the committee boat.
All right, so we will let you guys go back to the committee boat and hold that position. We will wish you all the best of luck for today and the remaining days of this competition, and we'll keep an eye on you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
So a half Maltese, half French team, Richard Schultheisen, Johan Bertin. So they're not that far behind the Belgians in 7th place. The Maltese boat is in 12th overall, so an amazing performance so far from Schultheisen and Bertin. And they can try and achieve what they can achieve within the realms of this European Championship. But were they to get into that top spot for the one European berth to the Olympic Games, they wouldn't be able to use it anyway. That must be a little bit frustrating, Chris, but that's the decision they made.
Yeah, you know, just like the team that didn't get into the Gold Fleet because of their clear sails, everybody knows what they've signed up for. But it's absolutely fantastic to see that team sail together. I know that when it's not a championship in the 49er class, there are also mixed teams, you know, women and men that sail together too, and the fact that these two are sailing from a different nation, why not, right? Why not? And so, and also, if you look at their scoreline, I mean, that's ridiculous. It's a 5-9, 7-9, discarding a 21, a 7, and an 8. I mean, that's an amazing scoreline by any standard.
And like the Wisner brothers from Spain, who are in 3rd place, they've only been sailing together for 2 weeks. And these guys, Richard and Yuan, from 2 different countries, only sailing together for 2 weeks. And there's something magic about this 2-week thing. You know, it's just enough to get the basics down and not enough time to start thinking about it too hard and then maybe overthinking it. I'm just wondering what's going on with the magic 2 weeks here.
Well, I think, I don't know if this is a bit of a stretch, but there's something about just having something fresh, you know, just to mix things up, get you thinking a little bit differently, get you out of your comfort zone or, you know, something like that. I know Helena Ness from Norway and her crew, they have a new coaching staff. You know, they have their same coaches, and they brought in new coaching staff, and they're in 2nd place in the FX fleet. And she said, you know, it really had different perspective, and I think the term she used was different inputs. And it's the same thing when you take a new crew and you're learning fresh. Your brain is so much more open, you know, when you're kind of starting from scratch with some things. You're almost like learning things anew.
Yes, and so that is quite a challenge when you're in a long-term campaign like the Norwegian FX girls that you just mentioned. How do you freshen it up again when you've been sailing together for maybe a decade or more? Mm-hmm. And clearly something's gone right for Bildstein and Hussel leading this regatta. They're one of the most experienced teams, sailed together for a long, long time, had a bit of a bad run this season, and it all seems to be coming back together for them again. I think, speaking to one of their coaches, part of the problem they had was that with the change of rig, the change of mast, and the change from the see-through sails to the black sails has been quite discombobulating for them. And they've managed to somehow find their way back into some decent speed, because their coach was saying you lose your speed and you can't quite get off the line. You start to second guess your own self-confidence, and the whole thing can go into a downward spiral if you're not careful. Meanwhile, I hear that Pedro has another interview lined up for us. Let's find out who we've got.
So here we are again with another team, a team that is doing brilliant from Belgium. Can you introduce yourselves, guys?
My name is Yannick, I'm the helmsman. I'm Jan, I'm the crew.
So this Belgian team right now is leading the race for the Olympics, for the slots that is available here in Vilamoura for the Olympic Games. And we want to hear from you guys. What is your feeling? What's your strategy? What are you thinking about today? Do you have a specific target to cover some boats, or are you just going to race as normal?
Our goal is the next race. That's clear and simple.
No, I think
so. No covering, no strategy, just sailing, pure sailing.
I think for us, like the most important, there's still a lot of races to be done. I think the most important, certainly in these conditions, is to have your own race and to be free and have your own strategy. We will not be covering other boats or trying to maneuver around them. We'll just try to keep it clean, keep it simple, and do as good as we can.
And now regarding this race course, you've been looking at for quite a while as we were waiting for the wind. We've seen the wind turn a little bit to the right. You have a strategy also regarding the race course. Your favorite side is the right side, left side. You want to start at the pin. Have you made a strategy?
We've been training here a lot, so we take that our experience from the waters here into account. But yeah, we are continuously monitoring what's happening, and yeah, then we decide what we want. But at this moment, it's difficult to say.
Yeah, you can say if I mean, your competitors are not listening to.
No,
so.
but even if they would be, I mean, at this moment we need to sail around a little bit and see what we like. We don't know yet.
And tell me something. Did you bring enough Belgian chocolates to Vilamoura for us?
Unfortunately, not. We had to commit to Portuguese chocolate, which is not as nice.
What do you like better in Portugal instead of the chocolate?
Oh, the pastéis de nata, of course.
Pastéis de nata.
Yeah,
oh, that's a classic.
They're
lovely.
Yeah.
Well, we will let you guys now warm up for the race.
Yes.
You are busy, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very
hopefully you can achieve your targets this week.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So there you have it. Apparently, Belgian chocolate is better than Portuguese chocolate. That was, I think Jan Hernik was within moments of being deported from the country before he redeemed himself with his praise for the pastel de nata, which, Chris, I don't think it's one of your favourites, but the pastel de nata is certainly one of mine. It's just an amazing dessert here in Portugal.
Well, you know, we've been told this is paradise, the people that live here and are from here. It is a fascinating part of the world. I mean, we are right above Spain and the Straits of Gibraltar. We do have orcas that are, you know, the Iberian orcas that are starting to move their way around here and into the Mediterranean. It's a pretty exciting part of the world, but I think the one area it's feels kind of tropical here, a lot of palm trees, but the one, at least what I've participated in, was the real fresh Algarve oranges. So if you get some fresh squeezed oranges here, this is the Florida of Europe. This is where the really delicious sweet oranges come from, and I'm loving that. I like the fresh food. I like to follow the diets of these athletes. They like to eat healthy, and they're kind of inspiring me.
It's like the Florida of Europe, but it's also 100% Donald Trump free as well. So it has that to recommend it.
Yeah, not a politician. I haven't seen one politician since I've been here. It's kind of a break.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a switch around in politicians with the Portuguese government in the last few months as well. But of course, we're not here to talk about that. One thing that Pedro's been asking, I think that Pedro knows that he's not going to make much headway when he asks this question, but I still like the fact that he does. It's like, what's your strategy? What's your focus? Who are you going to cover? And these guys say one race at a time. And I remember Richard Schultheis a couple of interviews ago saying that he wasn't thinking about the result. He was just going to enjoy the process. And it's one of those things. The more you crave the result, the less likely you are to get that result. It's like chasing happiness, Chris, which I know you've been trying to do all your life. But you've managed to do it by not focusing on the happiness. It's doing the things that you do. It's following the process that makes you happy. It's the same with results, isn't it? Follow the process that gets the results.
Absolutely. And you know, there's no hiding in Olympic competition, and there's only limited hiding in life. But these sailors, you know, the thing that most inspired me about the processes that these sailors follow is that there's only one way to do it, and that's with the hard miles, and follow their process and don't deviate. They all know that once you deviate from your plan, that's where you get lost.
So meanwhile, Pedro has another interview lined up with the Swiss coach, we hear.
Since March. We're here now with not with the team, but with the coach, the Swiss coach. Well, he's actually English. Ian Barker needs no introduction Welsh. Sorry, Ian. But he needs no introduction. He's a silver medalist in Sydney. Good friend of mine. He sailed with Simon Hiscox that is coaching the Thai team. And he's here with the Swiss team. So, Ian, how is it to work with the Swiss team? Do they work accurately like a Swiss watch, or how is it like?
Yeah, they're pretty good actually. It's an interesting partnership between Seb, who's been sailing quite a long time, got a lot of experience at a high level, and Arno, the crew, who's younger,
I think they've been sailing together for about a year and a half, something like that. So it's a nice blend. Yeah, it's good.
So you've been able to share your experience and your winning experience with these guys. Are they climbing up the ladder, and you think we will see a bit of them in the Olympics in contention?
Yeah, I think so. In the last few months, we've put a few plans in place that seem to be working. They got a bronze medal in the test event. They got the silver medal in the Worlds, and yeah, won another couple of regattas as well. So it's all coming together.
That looks good.
Yeah.
So we are now entering the starting procedure. As I understand, the orange flag is up. So I'm not going to keep you longer. You can go and do your work, and wish you all the best and good luck for the races for your team.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
You need the luck.
Yeah.
Ian Barker just finishing off that conversation, saying we'll need the luck, and of course luck's going to be a significant factor, but somehow the best always find their way to the top. And Ian Barker, with that experience of winning a silver medal in the 49er, the first time it ever appeared in the games at Sydney 2000, that experience seems to be making a difference to the Swiss team. Sebastian Schneider and Arnaud de Plata currently in 11th overall. Chris, looks like we're not far away from getting into this racing now.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's right up against the line, and you know, there's that usual, what we call that midline sag, which kind of always, it always kind of surprises me when I see it. I mean, I get it, you're further away from the end, but presumably, maybe it's because it's the ocean and you only have a transit down one end of the line to know where it is. So I get it, but it's always there.
Well, you look down, you sight down from the committee boat where we are looking at the moment down the pin end, and it is just open sea, so there's no transit from that side. But perhaps if they look over their shoulder, there is a transit back towards the beaches of Vilamoura. 4 minutes 30 seconds to go, and Ned 1 you see right next to the committee boat. That is the reigning world champions Bart Lambriax and Floris van der Werken, and it seems pretty clear that the Dutch world champions want to book the right-hand side of the racecourse the way that they're lining up.
Now, Andy, you know, you made a comment about that pair, you know, multiple world champions, really calm individuals, and you were like, you know, they win in, what did you say? Like, it was like not a flashy manner, or what you said, when they win, it's not like this extravagant win. They just kind of like sneak up to it or something like that.
Yeah, well, I think we were having a conversation with someone else about that, and that was their observation, but I wouldn't disagree with it. I mean, they've sort of, we commentated on their first World Championship win in Oman a couple of years ago, and that was while we were still trying to emerge from COVID in the world. So it was a bit of a depleted entry. Not everyone was there, and it made you wonder, is this a proper world title they won? Well, they've won 2 more since then in Halifax last year. We were there for that, and we were both there for The Hague when they won their 3rd world title. So, I mean, 3 is certainly not lucky, and they are establishing themselves as the Burling and Chuk of this Olympic cycle. They are the ones to beat, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. We talk about generations in the 49er class, and now we talk about generations in the 49er FX class, which is only around 10 years old. And you know, we'll go through that list when we have more time, but we're definitely witnessing a new era with those two.
Well, my wind expert has been telling me that the wind's been moving right all day and is forecast to keep going. So that tells you a lot about why that committee boat end of the line is looking so busy. And even Poland 10 on the left of picture, that's the 2nd place team of Dominik Buksak and Szymon Wierzbicki. Looks like, as things stand, they've still got 2 minutes 30 to go, but they're going to have to nose their way in there. But that's how much the right-hand side of the course seems to be the place to be from the way that they're lining up right now.
Yeah, and back to our talking about those breeze and the gradient wind up high and the sea breeze down low. They told me, and this makes sense, that the sea breeze follows the sun, so and follows that heat. So as the sun moves, we're facing south. and the breeze is coming from the south. So if you look upwind from those boats, the sun is moving from left to right. And you can see, based on these shadows, the sun is really far to the right. And that's going to be pulling that sea breeze off to the right. So this makes perfect sense as we get down to 1:50.
So there you see it from the other angle. This is from the pin end of the line, and you can see that if you want a transit, there is a transit up for grabs. You were talking about the midline sag. Well, there's no one really close to the start at all, other than the Dutch, the French, and the Polish up at the committee boat end. There's loads of space down this end, but yeah, you can get a pin end start, but is it going to send you in the right direction up this race course? It seems like this fleet really wants the right hand side for all the reasons you just explained, Chris.
Yeah, going from 0 to, you know, the 4 or 5 knots of boat speed that they're going to probably hit, you know, takes a big rock of the boat. And we learned from the Japanese FX team yesterday, they got called for kinetics downwind. Kinetics meaning rocking the boat to put more apparent wind in your sails. So I don't know what it's like on the starting line for these guys, how the umpires and people call it today, but we're at 1 minute right now. We're going to see everyone kind of do probably a really big rock down to get their speed up. Maybe those boats that are in the middle are on top of it enough, which they are, they're the best in the world, to start trimming in a little bit earlier than the people on the ends. 44
seconds to go, and you look to the left, and THA 279, the Thailand brothers, the Whitcrafts, look like they are in desperation mode. They haven't managed to book their spot on the start line, and they jibe round behind the rest of the fleet. And Poland 10, are they happy with where they are? 25 seconds to go. Poland 10 on the left of picture. The helmsman, Dominic Buchsack, giving that tiller a really aggressive steer just to try and maintain position. And we're into the final 10 seconds. Now it's time to start accelerating, and it's time to get some flow over the rudder and the centerboard. This is super skillful acceleration that needs to be applied right now. Coming off the end of the line here, Austria 29 with a nice start. Italy 23, also pretty good. And I can't yet identify this, but this is Schultheisen Bertin, the Maltese French team that have managed to win the pin end. So they are putting their chips on the left-hand side of the racecourse, because the Maltese boat won't be able to tack for quite some time to come.
Yeah, but what we see is with Italy 23, Ferraresi and Chiste, those are the ones that have probably like what looked like a really fantastic start. As long as they can keep their bow down, they're in control of all the boats at the pin. But actually looking upwind, just above them, the Austrian boat is really on top of everyone. They're right now they're considered in first. So that was like, you know, maybe 2/3 of the way down the line for the Austrian team. And that is Pretner and Flockberger. So right now, them and another Austrian team, Austria 28, really who came out of the middle of the line. It's just really about having that. You see, both of those boats have a huge gap to leeward of them, and what that allows them to do is put their bow down, feed the engine to the sails, and keep the boat moving. And everyone else is trying to kind of hold what we call their lane and holding up high. So it's pretty obvious. Ireland, the 2 Austrian boats, are in 1, 2, 3 right now on the rankings because they were able to have a big hold and leeward of them.
Well, meanwhile, out on the far side, we can't see them at the moment, but the Dutch, Netherlands 1, you can just see them under the boom of the Maltese boat, actually. They made an early bid on to port tack with one of the French teams, so no surprise to see that, because the world champions really wanted the right-hand side. But it does look like it's working out pretty nicely for the Austrian teams that have held on starboard tack coming towards our line. But look how light it is.
There are very few races in championship racing where, well, the way, I'll flip that around, the way it usually works out is if you can stay on starboard tack for at least a couple minutes and let the fleet clear out, then you're doing a great job, and you're, you know, regardless of what direction you're going, you're starting to clear out of the fleet, because the rest of the fleet is either in bad air or having to tack away.
So it's very soft going. It's all about keeping the body movement as light and as smooth as possible. The Portuguese boat just tacks onto port on the right of picture. They've not managed to hold their lane on their side of the race course, and that's the Portuguese looking to see what they can salvage by tacking further out to the right hand side along with Poland 64 also on port tack, but really picking up the scraps and trying to find some clear air on this congested racecourse with 25 49ers all trying to make their way towards the first windward mark in really, really soft conditions.
If you're trying to follow the tracker and line your course up with the starting line, I think they're moving the starting pin, just FYI.
Okay.
I was doing that. I'm like, why am I rotating the screen around so much? So yeah, it's still holding true right now. The tracker shows that those boats that were able to start in the middle or 2/3 down and get their bows clear are really moving up the track very cleanly, heading towards the port tack ley line. Lambrix and Van der Werken on the right side of the course. Them and France 95. If that breeze comes back right, which is what we were thinking with this sea breeze, they're going to be great. And I think we see just a little bit of that shift coming through, but it's going to take a lot. And we don't know if that breeze is moving very quickly right now.
So at least Malta in the front of picture have clear air, but are they on the outside of the big circle? If the breeze is indeed still clocking around to the right with the sun, then it's going to be a long way back on port tack for the Maltese team. There are the Portuguese that tacked off a little bit earlier, and in the middle of picture, TH8279 from Thailand, the Whitcrafts. They had a pretty awful start, but they look like they're managing to battle their way into the racetrack. And on the far side, you can see the red flag with the white cross. That's Switzerland 2, Sebastian Schneider and Arno de Plata on one of the most far right boats on the racecourse right now, with massive separation from side to side.
Yeah, I mean, I think besides kind of a group of like 4 or 5 boats that are in kind of like second row, probably like 5 boats, what we call it, the point is flattened, meaning across the course, it's like almost like they've been on the same starting line most of the way up this first half of the course, which is beautiful. This also shows us that as we get to the top of the course, when people start coming back left, it's going to be really tight, like big kerfuffle at this weather mark, I predict.
So it could well be. There's also I don't know what the current is doing, but if there's any adverse current, that can really create a kerfuffle, like we saw many times at The Hague with the strong tide that we saw at the World Championships.
And we are seeing, remember we talked about that kind of slow-moving right-hand shift. Right now, everything was kind of left, and then now the point was flattened, and then now you have France 95, Royal and Amoros, and Netherlands 1. Lambrix and Van der Werken. That right side is really starting to slowly come in, and that group of like 5 or so boats that were second row, they're kind of digging in a little bit further to the right, and maybe they'll too late for that shift, or maybe it's a consistent shift, so you want to keep getting over there.
Okay, well, Malta has had to bite the bullet. I don't know if that's when they wanted to tack or when they felt they ought to tack, because they are on the far side of where all the best action is happening for the French and the Dutch, who have a narrow lead after winning the right-hand end of the committee boat line and attacking off immediately. It seems like that hard-won strategy that was minutes lining up before the actual start time, that's paying off dividends for France and the Netherlands right now.
Now, Andy, I mean, when the Dutch tacked off on port, I mean, they were deeper, right?
It didn't look good, did it?
Yeah, no. And now we're looking if anyone who had dug in further to the right, is there any more left there? But they're probably going to be the last ones out of that advantage coming out of the right.
So it's like playing the stock market, isn't it? And it didn't look like a good bet to put your money on the right-hand side, but they've done their homework. They know that the sun's clocking right, and that's the general trend here in a thermal breeze here in Vilamoura. And so even though it didn't feel great at the time, it looks like it does pay dividends further up the racetrack.
Yeah, and it does look right now that shift is kind of, it is shifting back a little bit. And most of the fleet is on port tack now, which shows that the breeze, that little right shift that Lambrix and the French came back with is gone back a little bit left. So what we're seeing here is it generally the majority of the lead pack is coming out of the left-hand course. But if you win your side, even if it's not the favorite side, you're going to be in that top group.
What about this? We've hardly seen this all week, Chris. They are actually standing on the trapeze and beginning to stretch their legs. They actually have a reason to have 2 trapezes on this boat again. And as you look at the windward mark on the left of picture, it looks like some of these boats may well have overstood. But Chris, this breeze is actually coming good.
Yeah, it's looking beautiful. And, you know, the challenge with a late day sea breeze is that the hot land that brought in the sea breeze, once the sun gets really low, it starts to cool down again pretty quickly. So hopefully this breeze, you know, all it has to do is last long enough for one of these races, which is all we're going to get probably.
Well, let's hope for more. But yes, it is 4 o'clock. We're only an hour and a half away from sunset. But you can see the Belgian team that we spoke to earlier with Pedro dropping down on their trapeze wires. They've got a bit of work to do. The first boat is just about to go round, and the Belgians are quite far back, and it looks like Isaac McCarty and Will Mackenzie, the McKiwis, are in the lead right now. So great positioning by them. They were actually not one of the furthest right boats, so the Kiwis have played a bit more of a race up the middle of the racetrack.
Yep, so we have McCarty and McKenzie in first place. Bilstein and Husel coming in on the inside, and France 95, who Bilstein and Husel just got them. They're our leaders of the fleet right now in this first gold fleet race. And then the Dutch coming around, making good and in the top 5.
Okay, so the Dutch have done a hoist. They've tried to drop down below Poland 10 on the right of picture. It doesn't look like it's working terribly well for Netherlands 1. They're back up on the line of the Polish with Italy 23. That's Ferrarese and Kiste, who are just behind them. So the world champions with that dark green kite, quite an unusual colour. So ones to keep an eye out for. And those Spanish with the yellow kite, which ones are they, Chris? Which Spanish are we looking at?
That is Boten and Triddle Paul.
Okay, so that's Bodin and Triddle in 22nd place overall at the moment. And it looks like the Swiss have done an early jibe out. You can see them middle of the picture in the distance. And Thailand only just going around the windward mark now. So not that surprising considering they had a bit of a second row start for the Whitcraft brothers from Thailand.
Right, and then we see the Polish team just a little bit. You know, they're in 10th place right now, even though they're second place overall at the moment. But so a lot can change in this downwind leg. When you have so many boats in light air, it's still pretty light. Then you know, picking a lane that doesn't have a hole in it is going to be really important right now with this group. Look, they're very adverse to jibing right now in this first group because they know they're going to go through a lot of dirty air to get to the other side of it.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's a price that Italy 23 is prepared to pay, and we'll have to see if that works out. And they're racing towards those 2 robot marks at the bottom of the course. There's Ferrarese and Kiste from Italy, looking to see what they can find away from the bulk of the pack that are going on the seaward side of the course, still on starboard jibe.
And I know a lot of the people watching this, they're just really into athletes, they're into their fans, they're into the mind of the athletes and how they carry themselves. Obviously, if you're a character, you know, people think that's fascinating and fun. But McCarty and McKenzie are, I was very glad that everyone got to see an interview with them. They're relaxed, they have a smile on their face, they're very thoughtful, and it's cool to see them up in the lead. They've really been climbing since that World. You know, they got 4th at the World Championships, and now they're just strong and relaxed.
Okay, this is the rerun of the start. You can see Netherlands tacked out very early along with France 95, so that's working out reasonably well for them. But it was McCarty and McKenzie who led around the first windward mark, and we don't see them highlighted at the moment, but we see the 2 Austrians. I think the McKiwis were a little bit more central, so we're just trying to see which way they went. Anyway, we're just showing you this while we reposition. Oh, they're quite far left actually. So one of the more leftmost teams, New Zealand 4. So it goes to show there are opportunities on both sides of the race course. It's not as much of a right-hand track as maybe we've been talking about.
Well, look, going back to the race, New Zealand 45. Speaking of New Zealanders, Dunning, Beck, and Gunn. They were the ones who led that group, who jibed out early underneath that bad air. But it looks like they picked off probably like 4 or 5 boats in that maneuver. We'll see as everyone comes closer. The one thing we know when big groups come together, this fleet is still super, super tight. The French, the Austrians, and McCarty, the McKiwis are kind of clear ahead. But, you know, a lot of places can change. 5, 10 places can change in this leeward mark.
Okay, there's France 51 coming down towards the bottom. The crew barefoot seems to be pretty popular in the fleet to go barefoot, which I've never really understood, Chris. My feet are far too soft for that.
Well, as we have a little bit of a gap here, as New Zealand, Austria, and France come through, just going back to Dunning Beck and Oscar Gunn, those two were involved in 2017 Junior America's Cup with a New Zealand boat. They've been at this for a long time. They've been in the shadow of Burling and Tuke, and now I feel for them sometimes. Sometimes they come out and they're in the top 5 of 3 regattas in a row. And then right now they're struggling to get their form back again with a younger team, a less developed team way ahead of them in the last 2 regattas. But right now, don't count them out, and it's awesome to see them kind of getting back in. They just picked off like 5 places, jibing early on after that weather mark.
Well, that's how you win regattas. It's not always the races that you actually lead and win. It's how you bounce back from the bad ones. But I bet you that Logan Dunning-Beck and Oscar Gunn would trade places any day with their teammates that we're looking at here, New Zealand 4, because this is the McKiwis that are leading this race and are stretching away. And like we said before, you see the boats that are tacked away, Chris, and it looks really soft on port tack. This looks like the stronger place to be for New Zealand, and they're prepared to go a more left way up the track. It didn't work out too badly in the first leg, so maybe the left-hand side is actually stronger than we thought.
Well, I also think that there's they have a little bit of an advantage because they were able to keep their nose clear downwind because they were leading, and they got a little jump on the rest of the fleet. So part of that is just the extension that these top 3 boats got on the rest of the fleet, and then maybe this breeze is they're double trapezing, so this breeze ain't over yet.
No, absolutely. I mean, double trapping, we've not had much of that this week. I wonder if there's actually almost enough wind to wang on the Snollygoster. I don't know. It's not really that windy yet, is it?
I don't know. I saw after the start, I think maybe I saw one boat pull a little tension on their Snollygoster, but everyone else have kept them quite loose all the way around the track. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, that's a very important at boat speed to pull on that little line.
Yeah. The little things matter. Now, the Austrians in second place, they tacked off, and eventually New Zealand 4 also tack on to port. But this is actually looking like quite a comfortable lead, and it looks like the New Zealanders have a little bit more breeze compared with the Austrians, who are centre left of our picture in second place. So things just seem to be getting better and better for New Zealand right now.
Well, I really like a race course that's kind of split like this, because then it tells us what the wind is doing. It tells us what side has more breeze, what side a shift is coming in. And also, just to come clean with everyone, sometimes inside jokes are a little rough. So a Snollygoster is just a made-up word. But we can kind of generally talk about it like a Cunningham. I have to give it up. There are too many questions.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Well, I mean, it sounds like a Cunningham to me. It's a very useful word, and I think we might see it creep into common parlance, and we can say that it started here on this day.
In Vilamoura,
yes,
at the European Championships.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right.
Is there anybody that can threaten from the far side of the racecourse, would you say? We can't maybe see them from this angle, but Chris, what do you think? Oh, look, there goes our drone. It's almost like we're controlling the drone. That's amazing.
Yeah, we are. So, besides the top group, because the top group has the left, the middle, and the right. So New Zealand on the left, France on the right, Austria in the middle. They've got the fleet covered. So there's no challenge to that group. They're very balanced, and there's a little gap behind them. Same gap that was when they ran to the leeward mark. And again, then there's another line. So there's like 3 lines of people that are spread out across the course. And it's very balanced with little gaps in between them. So unless there's a big shift or a big hole in the course, we're going to see, let's see, I'm looking at it in terms of patterns. So you have the row of the top 3. Then you have the row of the next 6 boats. And then you have the row starting with New Zealand 45, which is Dunning Beck and Gunn. So I see those places not changing too much unless it's amongst themselves.
And in the overall standings, well, Austria 29 lying in second place. That's not going to hurt them at all. That's very good sailing by Ben Bildstein and David Hussel, who are leading by 1 point in the overall standings from Poland 10. And Poland 10 also up there. They're the boat you can see to the left of picture with the red and white flag. And NZL 45 just going at the bottom of the screen. That's Logan Dunningbeck and Oscar Gunn in about, what would you say there? What position are they right now?
They're in 12th place.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we look at this, I think anyone you see who is kind of deep, you know, like in the fleet, which were Botan and Triddle Paul from Spain, you know, if you see them pop in the top 5, that's going to move them up pretty quick through the rankings.
And Netherlands won in 5th place overall. They're in the middle of your screen at the moment on starboard tack, so pretty solid sailing for them as well. Nothing flash, like we said earlier, like you alluded to earlier, Chris. They just chip away. Not always the most visible boat on the racetrack, but actually sailing pretty quietly along in 4th or 5th place right now.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of someone made a statement about Tiger Woods on par 3s. He's like always par 3s. You know, he never birdies par 3s. But then he'll birdie the par 5s. So these guys have like, you know, for all the races, they keep their averages just generally low. And like the last World Championships, they won that World Championships in the medal race, and they were behind, like going into that medal race. So they put the points on when it's needed, and they're kind of like a slow and steady, you know, tortoise and hare kind of approach to this.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're never being too greedy. Meanwhile, New Zealand Ford still leading this race. They're going pretty far out to the right-hand side. Maybe they're looking to get onto the ley line quite early, which surprises me considering how flaky some of these conditions can be this particular week in Vilamoura. But they've got the fleet pretty well tucked away behind them right now for McCarty and Mackenzie.
I think the really cool thing tactically to look out for right now, actually strategically to look out for right now, is to look at Netherlands 4 out on the, if you're watching it on tracker, the Dutch are on the farthest left boat. They were in around 4th place, but there's a big group of them just above the starboard tack ley line, all the way off on the other side of the course. They've kind of made themselves a little bit vulnerable there. So when we were talking about their consistency, I hope that they were going for something that they saw on the water, because there's a very large group to the right of them, and maybe at the end of this sea breeze, actually it looks like it's picking up a little bit. The breeze looks really great, maybe it's just because we're closer to these boats and they look like they're going faster. But what great footage of the McKiwis flat out. The boat's fully powered up. Maybe they are pulling on their Cunningham. And but this is a great footage. I love how they're just kind of, we can just meditate on these guys just for a second if we can keep on them and just watch their movements, see how steady they are. It feels great to be up on top of that ley line, and you know you have the fleet in your pocket, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, let's enjoy this for a moment. So just beginning to set up for the bear away, and there's one of the robot marks. And straight into the hoist for Mackenzie. Look at the power that goes into getting that spinnaker up. 3 seconds is the target for one of those hoists, which is much easier said than done. And look at the lead they've got now going back to the next boat. Is it still going to be Austria 29? It looks like it is. So this is Bildstein and Hussel currently leading in the overall standings, and they are going to stretch their lead the way things are going if they can hold on to second place in this race right now.
Fantastic job by the Austrians, and I bet you Alexia can make an awesome TikTok with that little footage of looking at the leaders and looking how much space was behind them. Put a bunch of emojis and explosions and sad faces on the competitors, because that was a really great lead, and the Austrians have a really great gap too.
Okay, the French coming round in third place. France 95, Lucas Ruel and Emile Amoros. How well do they get the kite up? Yes, another really good hoist. And Poland 10, second place overall for Dominik Buksak and Simon Wierzbicki. And they'll drop a couple of points to Bildstein and Hussel, but still very good for the Poles, and that's going to cement their position in second place overall, the way things are going at the moment.
Yep, and Lambrix and Van der Werken from the Netherlands, it looks like they lost a couple places to that group that just got a little bit of leverage off to the right of them.
Right, so I put the commentator's curse on them for maybe being solid and predictable, and they took a bit of a risk that we don't normally see them make, Chris.
Yeah, you got to stop that, Andy. You know, like these poor sailors just getting crushed by you. So we had the Irish, Dixon and Wadilove, followed by Molaris and McDiarmid from the United States. So this group of boats, you know, when you're finishing, you know, in a 25 boat fleet, when you're finishing 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, it's not much of a move. There's not much. Much points on the table anyway, so you really have to be in the top 5 to really make some big moves.
I would say that any result in the top 10 in Gold Fleet is still a counter. I think you can probably still win this championship by mostly keeping your scores in the top 10, but I'm sure the coaches know what those typical points are a lot more clearly than I do, but I think you're being a bit ambitious with top 5s there, Chris.
Well, I'm an all or nothing swing for the fences kind
Yes,
of dude.
you are.
So, but what we're seeing here is we're seeing a little bit of a pattern here with that top 15 or so staying on starboard tack. New Zealand's actually jibing just a little bit earlier than they did before, but the boats that are jibing to port, you know, it's really that group in the bottom 10 that feel that they need to take that risk or just get the heck out of there and try something different and clear their arm.
Yeah, well, there's a group of 4 that we've seen do the jibe set, led by Switzerland too. They were the first to go for the jibe set, but they were somewhere in the teens, I think. So it's not such a great move if you're in the top 10 because of the dirty air that we were talking about earlier. Here we are again with the front of fleet. This is the McKiwis, making it look very easy at the front. Look at that gap back to the rest of the fleet, just amazing.
Yeah, I bet you, Peter Burling and Blair Tuke are watching this right now from down in New Zealand or wherever in the world that they are. And I bet you they're really proud with what they left.
Absolutely. These guys worked very closely alongside Burling and Tuke and the rest of the squad, along with Logan Dunning-Beck and Oscar Gunn, a little bit further back in this race. And Burling and Tuke were very keen to share their knowledge with the other New Zealanders and to make sure that they left a legacy before they stepped off into full-time pro sailing on the SailGP and America's Cup circuits.
Awesome. And we were talking about Sebastian Schneider before. He's going to be the one, the litmus test on this downwind leg, coming out of looking upwind, the right side of the course, that jibed early from that backpack, and see if he can pick up places just like Dunning-Beck and Gunn did on that first downwind leg.
Right, yes. So it's a move worth making, particularly if you're further back in the fleet. Beautiful jibe there by the McKiwis, and interesting to see they've both got boots on it. Often Burling and Tuke like to do the barefoot thing, but these guys are wearing boots. They've just finished the race, so fantastic finish for Isaac McHardy and Will Mackenzie, squaring away race 1. It's a bullet for the New Zealanders in the Gold Fleet.
Go McKiwis. I'm really happy for those guys. They're just going from strength to strength right now, and that is, I mean, we don't see leads like that in this class. We didn't see it all, in the qualifying series. That's really fantastic. And this breeze, when we look at the track, or we're trying to analyze this pretty closely, there really has been much movement on the breeze. It's just been very subtle shifts. There's been shifts, but they've been subtle and oscillating.
And here are our overall leaders wearing the bibs with the gold number 1s on them. Well, number 2 in that race is good enough to keep Benjamin Bildstein and David Hussel from Austria in first place overall at the end of this race. This is Gold Fleet Race 1. Followed by, call them across the line, Chris.
Yep, we're looking at, from the French team, Royal and Amoros. Let's see.
That's correct.
Yep. And then Bukzak and Vzerbicki from Poland 10.
Poland. And then some more Austrians coming across the line.
Yep, Predner and Flachberger. And then just kind of getting back in their groove, Botana and Triddle Paul from Spain.
And then Netherlands 1. Have they had a little bit of a comeback? Not too bad.
Not too bad. Probably like a one-place comeback on that downwind leg. And but that's great. Like you said, those are keepers. We'll call it top 10 in the Gold Fleet as a keeper.
Logan Dunning-Beck, New Zealand 45, also in the top 10, and Ferrarese and Kiste from Italy also inside the top 10.
But really spread out, and that really has a lot to do with that top group, downwind and more moderate breeze like this, just being able to stretch out and not have to sit in any bad air. The bad air on these boats comes behind and to leeward, so it's really easy to get in the bad air when you're following.
France 51, Julian Dortoli and Noé Delpech, we just saw them. Poland 5, they've also had their moments to shine this week. Not such a good race for Lukasz Cibatek and Jacek Piasecki, but still plenty to play for because that was only race 1 in the Gold Fleet. And we've got just over an hour of daylight, so I know that this race committee will be really keen to make the most of this double trapezing weather that we've got. There is the Wisner brothers from Spain, who were 3rd going into the day. Not such a good race for Martin and Jaime Wisner, but they have already exceeded their expectations sailing together. Even though they're brothers, they've only been sailing together in the 49er for 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I know they're having a really good time, and that's the thing. I mean, even the the competitors here that have been doing these campaigns for a long time. I mean, it's really great to see the Austrians, probably look like they're holding their lead. Bilstein and Husel. I hope Ben Remacher can send me a little note. I think that they easily have had, that Austrian team has easily done the most number of world championships of anyone in this fleet by probably quite a bit.
Yeah, that's an interesting stat. So we'll see if we can get our stato guy in the background, Ben Remacher, to confirm or deny that. Yeah, 2nd place for Ben Bilstein and David Husel, behind the Kiwis, Isaac McHardy and Will Mackenzie, winners of that race. And there we have it confirmed. New Zealand in 1st place, Austria in 2nd, Ruel and Amoros from France in 3rd, Buksak and Wisbicki from Poland in 4th, and Pretner and Flakberger from Austria in 5th. So a very good race for the Austrians. And a couple of days ago, actually, it was the Austrians holding 2nd and 3rd overall in the overall standings before Pretner and Flakberger had a bit of a tumble in yesterday's difficult 2 races.
And just a reminder that there are 3 race areas here. So today we can get some reports, but from the FX and Nacra, we're supposed to be out on the race courses today, which they are, and we're going to cover the FX and the Nacra 17 tomorrow live. So we won't be watching the 49er Gold Fleet races, at least at this moment. Tomorrow we'll be watching the FX and then the Nacra 17 races live tomorrow.
Meanwhile, one of our viewers has written in to tell us that the sailors are using the Vang. We haven't spoken about the Vang, but that's another important sail control, and probably one that no one has pulled on all week in the light winds. And once you're on trapeze, you pull on the Vang, and if it gets really windy, you do wang on the Snollygoster, but we don't think it's that windy yet.
No, not windy enough for the Snollygoster. But first of all, we'll do a quick wrap up on this, and I do want to talk about the Vang. When this boat came out, it was such a unique thing to see a Vang on the top of the boom, and it be a solid piece of metal, with a little track on the boom. Totally opposite thinking, upside down thinking from an upside down country in Australia. And but let's talk about this race. We'll just do a little kind of hindsight on it. When we started this race, McCarty and Mackenzie were in like 2/3 of the way down the line, and the Maltese boat with the French crew was at the pin end of the line, and we thought that was really a great position to be in, even though we were talking about the sea breeze, following the sun to the right, and all this technical talk. And Lambrix and Van der Werken came out of that right side almost level with everyone for a little bit. But really it was that just a little bit more conservative approach, just above the line a little bit by McCarty and Mackenzie, the McKiwis, that really led to a very strong just in front at the weather mark and then an extension.
Yeah, and I still don't quite know how they managed to get such a good first leg out of starting so far left, because they were perhaps the only boat that managed to do that in the way that they did, and somehow they managed to get their way through.
So this is awesome footage of these guys at work. I mean, they're not stopping. They're going to go tune. They're going to keep their heartbeat rates up a little bit. They want to stay focused and in the groove. As this breeze changes, they want to feel comfortable with every change. And this is beautiful.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, isn't it? Because most of the other teams are having a break. They've now stepped in, and they're going to have a bit of a rest as well. But doing their homework, they haven't stood on the side of the boat twin trapezing for the last 3 days. It's been sitting in the boat conditions. So anyway, yeah, interesting to see how the Kiwis approach the bit in between the racing. Now let's see the highlights from the race that we've just done. So there's the start, and we saw the Dutch doing that early tack away, and then meanwhile Austria 29, our overall series leaders, Bildstein and Hussel amongst those that decided to start off the pin end. And also a good start for New Zealand 45, Logan Dunning-Beck and Oscar Gunn in the middle of the racetrack.
And if you look, it's those big gaps to the leeward side, or in those pictures, the left side of the boat, that really allowed those kind of boats that came out of the top three on that beat really put the pedal down.
We just saw the Maltese. They never quite managed to get back from the left. It was New Zealand 4 also had gone left and somehow managed to make it work, rounding in front of Bildstein and Hussel in second, with the French Ruel and Amaros in third. And then the pack got busy, and somewhere you can see the green kite of the Dutch just on the right hand side, just inside the top 10, but struggling for air in the middle of the racecourse.
Yeah, it's so interesting looking at sailboat racing from high up, a high up vantage point, and seeing all the work and attention it takes to even just make some small change in position there. It's so much work, and it seems so simple when they pass.
So the leaders managed to maintain, and not just maintain, but stretch the lead. Look at the advantage that the Kiwis had pulled by the end of the race, and in the end it was all pretty straightforward for Isaac McCarty and Will Mackenzie as they crossed the finish line of race 1 of the Gold Fleet 49er in first place, followed by Hussel and Bildstein shaking hands, as well they should do, the Austrians leading overall here in Vilamoura.
I think one thing, though, that jive of McCarty Mackenzie reminds me, pay attention to this footage when you look at those turns. Anytime you see a boat tack or jibe in these fleets, it gives you an opportunity to witness virtual perfection. You know, the amount of training and time that they put into this, you have to calibrate your eye to what that looks like. The cadence with which they pass cross the boat, the coordination that it takes, the way they pass lines between their hands. It's way simpler, that it looks like than it is. And so keep paying attention to that, everyone. I really challenge you to really focus hard on when you see a boat turn, watch their foot movements, watch the timing of their head ducking under the boom, and when they grab the trapeze handle and what hand they use to clip it in, how smooth it is.
And there is the tracking taking us through the race in virtual form, all sped up, with the Dutch winning the race, the start they wanted, but it didn't work out on the right-hand side quite as well as they had hoped for. The two New Zealand boats very close together at this stage, New Zealand 4 just to windward of New Zealand 45, but it was only one of those Kiwis that managed to break away and win the race. And what a beautiful shot that is. We're so lucky to be here. I would be freezing back in England if I wasn't here with you now, Chris Muesler.
Well, that's an interesting thought. I'm really happy to be here with you, Andy. We haven't seen each other since a hot summer in The Hague, but the North Sea water is cold, and this water is actually getting colder. So in the sunshine, it feels like it's 70 plus degrees. The moment the clouds come over, it feels like it's 55 degrees. So these sailors are actually going through, when some mist came through yesterday, the temperature swings for these sailors are great. And when they're wearing wetsuits and that sun comes out and they're going back and forth across the boat, they're getting really hot. Then those clouds come in and they're really cold. They're asking a lot of this technical gear. A lot of the teams are sponsored by companies like Zyke and Musto and Gill and all these other cool brands.
And Forward Whip, of course.
And Forward Whip, which is one of our sponsors. And so they have this really technical gear that's way better than the rubber that you were wearing when you were sailing these things with pinhead sails.
You know too much about me, Chris. So there's 4 minutes 20 to the start of the next race, and there's a lot more wind now than there was for the previous lineup. And notice people aren't booking their spots on the start line in the way that they had been in the previous race. No one has really claimed that committee boat position. You could say maybe that's what the France 95 has just started to do, and maybe Ireland 99 are starting to think the same way. There is the 4 minute signal. But it's a much later lineup compared with the way that they like to book their places in the light wind starts.
Absolutely, they can't hold their place for very long in this much wind and chop pushing them down from the line. It's just not going to work. And you made an excellent observation. It is a little windier. It has picked up even since the finish of that last race, and that is the reason why McCarty and McKenzie were going upwind. It's a new breeze, and they want to get their settings right.
They want to pull the Vang on. They want to remind themselves how they cleat the Vang and keep it in position, because they haven't had to do that for the last few days.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think everyone here, I mean, this fleet is so deep. This is the Gold Fleet. These are the best sailors in the world. This is where all the professional leagues come from these sailors in the FX and the 49er and the Nacra, these fleets and all the other Olympic classes. So everyone is doing absolutely everything they can. If there's a mistake, it's a very small one, but sometimes the small ones get punished, and sometimes the small mistakes are just a little tuning difference.
Yeah, it's a race of very fine details at Olympic level in any of the Olympic classes, and booking your spot on the start line and getting that position to be able to launch off into clear air and get up to full speed as soon as possible. That's one of the key moments in the race, and we've got 2 minutes 30 to find out who's going to win this start.
Now, we were talking about the boat handling, and I heard you and Pedro talking about your mid to late 90s sailing these boats, and how getting off the dock was even treacherous for you guys when you first did this. When you look at the level at which these sailors are sailing right now, I mean, does it totally blow your mind? Can you recognize that it's it's leaps and bounds above where it used to be?
It is absolutely leaps and bounds, but for us, no one had written the manual, so we didn't know what to do or what was possible. I remember the Richard Parslow, who ended up being my coach a couple of years after the 49er came out. Initially, when the 49er came out, I wrote an article and said if Batman was going to buy a boat, or have a bat boat, this would be the 49er. But I don't think that anyone will be able to sail it at more than a Force 4. And Richard Parslow, who is a fireball world champion, said, "You're having a laugh, aren't you? You can't sail these things in more than a Force 2." And there was a feeling that these boats were unsaleable in anything more than a Force 2. But we learnt the skills mostly off Chris Nicholson and Dan Phillips, the winners of the first World Championship, and the Australians who dominated that first Olympic cycle, putting all that 18-foot skiff experience into sailing the two-man new Olympic skiff called the 49er. I remember when we saw them do a jibe set, which is just a standard routine maneuver now, we thought that was magic. We just didn't think that was possible until we'd actually seen them do it.
And now these sailors bang these things out. We're inside a minute right now. We watch them bang out these jibes in this boat handling. It's absolutely beautiful. It's tactical. There's levels of boat handling that allow them to do certain things that some of the other boats can't do, and that's where the level is right now. So we are at 45 seconds. The boats aren't stacked at the weather end as much. It's really spread out across the fleet, across the line, but there's a kind of a pile up in the middle.
And it's interesting that in amongst the middle, doing a double tack there, just trying to hold position about maybe a quarter of the way down from the committee boat, New Zealand 4, winners of the previous race. And I don't see Netherlands 1 anywhere near this committee boat this time. So I think that there is a feeling that this is a much more open racetrack. Maybe it's even a left-favoured racetrack. I think I see Netherlands 1 around a third of the way from the pin end. So if anything, they're more of a pin end start lineup this time. 4, 3, 2, 1, and off they go. This is the gradual wind up to full speed, and it looks like a good start for Croatia, 83, for Ireland, 99, a nice start at this end, and a couple of port tack starters underneath the fleet looking to get straight out to the right hand side. We'll see how that works out.
Yeah, looking down at the pin, Bildstein and Husel just up from the pin. They're a second boat up from the pin. Their bow is free. Not anyone has...
That's Bildstein and Husel just behind the boat, front of picture. So it was Poland, 64 we're looking at on the left of picture. A good start for Austria, 29, and a good start for Poland, 10, who are our second and third place boats in the overall standings. Sorry, first and second place boats in the overall standings. So first and second in the overall standings have decided to come off the pin end of the line, and both of them looking in good shape in these early stages.
Yes, and our second place finisher from the first Gold Fleet race, Rural and Amoros, are pulling what the Dutch were doing the last race. They are the furthest right boat. And again, I love this. Look at this fleet spread across. The point is flattened. The boats are almost like they just started just now, and it's split across the course. So we're going to find out very soon which side of the course is favored, with the Austrians and then the people who finished second, France 95, fully on the right-hand side of the course. Poland, Buczek and Zerbicki can't tack right now because they're being held off by the Austrians, but this is great. This is going to be this is already a super tight race with this kind of new, slightly stronger breeze. And at the very end of the day, it looks like it's pretty steady. So we're going to see if anything changes leading up to this. Keep your eye on the French boat, the second place finisher from the last race, Rual and Amoros on the right side, and the Austrians. The same two pair. I'm predicting that they're going to be pretty close with a ton of boats, you know, on their heels in the middle. But that's a prediction.
Okay, let's see how that bold prediction works out for you, Chris. In the front of the picture, just off to the left of the picture now, it's Mikołaj Staniol and Jakub Storch from Poland. That's Poland 64. And it looks like they've slightly got the legs on Bildstein and Hussel, or maybe that's just the angle. I don't know. Bildstein and Hussel still okay, but I think they're being held by Poland 64 as well, who look like they're going pretty quickly.
And here we are on the far right side of the course. This is the other zip code on this race course, and we'll see which is the high rent district on this race course right now between France 95 and Austria 29. And you know, this is not like we have this term where you're either a castle or an outhouse, you know, when you go out to the corners of a race course. But I think this breeze is a lot steadier, and I think this team has their bow free. You look, they're flagging down the motorboat. Get out of our way, you know, don't distract us, don't get your wake in front of us. But let's see how this works out. It does look really level. I mean, if you took a picture of the tracker right now, it looks like everyone just started and half the fleet's going left and half the fleet's going right.
Right, so
it's
very,
fascinating picture.
Super steady. So it is going to be congested at that Wimmer mark in that case, isn't it? This is...
Oh my God, I love this. Check it out. It's even all the way across the course.
So that's what we're seeing on the tracker. And I'm sure that the French that we're looking at now will be very aware of the fact that this is very even across the board as well, but they will still be hoping that the right comes good, and that we're in the final hour of sunlight, that thermal breeze will hold long enough to get this race done, and that the power of the sun will make the right the more powerful choice for the French and the Maltese just behind them.
Yeah, and there was a period of time where the top 6 or 7 boats on the tracker, it said that they were like 3 meters apart in their distance from each other.
From side to side?
Yeah.
From the boat furthest left and the boat furthest right?
Right, not apart from each other, but like their distance away from the leader kind of thing.
Up the ladder board.
Yeah, up the ladder board.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, and this shows you how steady it is. There is no reason for these boats to tack unless someone's just been trying to hang on someone's hip, you know? There we go.
There you are. I think they wanted to prove you wrong there, Chris.
I think they reached to the end of the race course with the French pair, and we're going to see how things start to shape up as they come in. Still not a lot of boats tacking from the left, but we should see them starting to tack as that fleet is getting over the port tack ley line. But look, straight across, it's a beautiful fleet when you don't see any boats behind that line.
Yes. So only the Maltese have gone further than France 95. Who we'll find out in a moment. There is the Maltese boat. So they're the furthest right-hand boat. Remember, we spoke to them earlier, Richard Schultheis and Johan Bertem. We've actually got 2 nationalities in the Maltese boat. Richard is from Malta and Johan is from France. They've only been sailing together for 2 weeks, and so far so good, because they went into the day in 12th place overall.
And now we see, so Austria 29, Bildstein and Hussel, they did not go all the way out to the ley line. They decided to balance themselves out and take probably what was a little bit of a left shift, or at least a little bit more pressure, and come into the middle of the course. And here they are. They're going to be dead in the middle of the course, right on the axis, you know, like a straight line from the top mark to the middle of the gates. And they're coming up with the Netherlands 1 in the middle of the course. We'll see how they play that. When you play the middle of the course, you have to play the best of the left and the best of the right and hope you make out in the end. And that's what these 2 boats are doing right now.
So it looked like, from the way that McCarty and Mackenzie had done well from the left-hand side of the race course, that maybe the left was the way to go, and we're seeing Bildstein and Hussel amongst the best on that side, but we're reaching the moment of truth. We're coming back to that conversion point as the boats come in from the far side to see how they line up against France 95, who is, you probably would say, the best of the right-hand bunch right now.
Yeah, they are, and it's really hard to tell, but one of these groups is going to move up at the end of this beat, and the fleet is really split, and Netherlands 1 and Austria 29, they're trying to be the best of both worlds right now, and the Austrians are hedging on the right, the Dutch are hedging on the left, and I'm curious to see how those two come out, playing out the middle. But this is fascinating. When you look across the race course, it takes barely a 2-degree shift to make the difference of probably like 8 places right now for any one of these boats.
And it is like playing the stock market again. It's partly a game of informing yourself as to the best that you can do with the information you have available. But the last bit really is down to a bit of luck.
Yeah, and this is the Belgian team here on the right side of the course.
Well, we're looking at the Maltese team.
Oh, that's the Maltese team, sorry.
But you may well have the Belgians in sight on the tracker as well, but they're just off to the left of screen. And that's the French, I think. That's the French in the middle of the screen. And
it's kind of hard to tell.
So there is a bit more of a bird's eye view. We're flying in from the left-hand side of the race course, and it looks like the right is coming good. It's marginally the better way to go.
This is too close. I'm really excited for this mark running. I know, and actually it's really exciting for any of these sailors unless you had some big lead in and everything's coming in, because it's all opportunity in front of them. I mean, I don't know about you, when I come into a mark when it's like this fleet management, just where to make one little gain or pin someone one place, and then tack just at the right time, you can really control your destiny. But man, right now it's the way it's shaping up is this kind of little group in the middle of the course, and the group in the middle of the course right now came out of the right side of the course.
Yeah.
So right now that's we're showing that just kind of won out just a little bit. But man, I mean, there's a lot that can happen. You can be leading this group out of the right and end up 15th if you're not careful how you manage the top of this beat.
And the USA team of Mulleris and McDermott just going behind the transom of the French, Ruel and Amoros. And Ruel and Amoros still got a little bit of ley line to play with either way. So good conservative sailing by the French. It looked like they banged that ley line really hard, but you can see that they've still got another 80, 100 meters of sailing to do. They're going to tack very shortly. There goes the tack, and it should be enough to get them across the front of this next starboard tacker that will probably tack before them anyway. That will be the Maltese. Will the Maltese go even further behind them? It looks like they're going to. So the Maltese committing all the way to the left-hand ley line. But it looks like it could be first and second for France and Malta, the way that it's stacking up right now.
I am so impressed with that Malta Franco team.
Yeah.
The obviously young sailors, obviously having a good time, and obviously went for it on the first start. And are going for it again.
Well, this was the time when the committee boat start did work out. And I'm wondering, we can look back at this later, I'm wondering if these two boats were the ones that started on port tack underneath the fleet. They really wanted the right-hand side. So maybe they even started on port tack to get straight out to the right-hand side. It is now confirmed France round in the lead, Ruel and Amoros, followed by Schultheis and Bertin, the Maltese Franco team, followed by Mulleris McDermott from the USA. And then there's the Irish team, Dixon and Wadilov, and look how congested it is coming round for the next three.
And I really want to point out the Dutch just rounding now. They were in the middle of the course, 2/3 of the way up the beat, with the Austrian team that won the previous race. Now the Austrian team's in the weeds. They just took it too far out to the right side of the course and got mixed up with that group. And the Dutch just pulled off, in the where are they in 6th place.
Right, and so just those small decisions at the right time can make all the difference. So yeah, Bildstein and Hussel are overall series leaders back in 11th. Not terrible, but not quite as good as Lambrechts and Van der Werken, and certainly not as good as the port tack starter, if I think I'm right in saying that, the Ruel and Amoros, who are leading this race right now.
Yeah, and they were the ones that just super patient over on the right-hand side of the course. They got their bow free. And look at the group of, there's No one in here except Lambrix and Van der Verken and the French in that top group. That top group all the way through the top 10 besides McKenzie and McCarty and McKenzie. That's a whole new group of people that were in the bottom pack.
Right.
Earlier, early in the other race.
So this is going to shake up the standings.
Absolutely, but we love it. It's going to keep it kind of even.
Absolutely.
Except for that French dame of Roland Amoros.
Yes, who I think were third in the previous race. I think they were third in the previous race. So
okay.
Yeah, so they're being very consistent. No, maybe not third, but they were certainly up there. They're certainly in the top 5. So the French having a really good day.
Absolutely. And a lot can happen on this downwind leg. There weren't too many big changes in the top group, as we know. They have their bows free, they have clear air. The fleet, check this out. The fleet came in, the leaders came in from the right on that beat, and the majority of the fleet is on port jibe right now. So that shows you that that right side of the course looking upwind is still really strong right now. Whether it's pressure, shift, or both, that didn't happen on the left came through in the last race, or middle left, and then the left side of the course downwind worked in that last race, and now it's the opposite.
Okay, so yeah.
And that follows through with the breeze following the sun going right near the end of the day.
Yeah.
The sun is far right now.
Yeah, so very busy down that ley line down the far side of the course from the one that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, and let's see if any of those boats can threaten the French leaders. The Maltese, what did you say they were? They were second coming around?
Second round the top mark.
Yeah, so right now, making that choice, that was a really interesting comparison. Now you have USA in second place right now.
So they were third round the mark, and now they're up to second for Mulleris and McDermott. And a good race for the Ireland fans. We know there's a lot of Ireland fans watching this live stream. So good sailing by Robert Dixon and Sean Wadelove for their campaign. And fifth place, Bart Lambrix and Floris van der Verken, the reigning world champions, sailing a pretty solid day. And one of those unremarkable days where they don't make terrible mistakes, and they may not be winning races, but they're just chipping away.
Yeah, it seemed like on these beats at least that one side you had to hang it out there, and the other side you really had to balance yourself out, like getting back into the middle of the course and picking your way over to that other favorite side of the course.
Yeah. It seems like the shifts, they're there, and the breeze lines are there, but they're quite subtle. They're not enormous, are they?
And let's remember, this is open ocean. These waves can get monstrous out here. And it's kind of hard to tell, but a lot of the chop that you see here is just fleet chop, fleet waves. This is one of 3 race courses today, and it's kind of out on its own. But, it's bouncy, and that can be a real trouble in the light air. You can get really stuck.
Yeah, that's true. Hard to keep the boat moving through the chop, but you're going to have to get used to that at the Olympics, because that's how it's going to be at the Olympics.
And here are our Olympic hosts, the French. In first place here is this is Roland Amoros. So watch this boat handling going around. This fantastic footage. Let's just keep an eye on it. You see that coordination with their feet, exact timing and coordination. Both feet moved at the same time, the right foot, left foot, same time.
Beautiful. Yeah, really good bit of detail spotting there, Chris. And there's our robot marks. Robot control marks, not anchored to the seafloor. And up into second place, it's Mulleris and McDermott from the USA. So good little gain for the Americans on the downwind leg.
Yeah, and we talked to Ian McDermott talking about how frustrating that was, but to try to keep yourself calm and just work on the basics when he was talking about crapshoots. Well, this is definitely not a crapshoot. The breeze is steady. They're double trapezing upwind and downwind.
And Dixon and Wadelove, they've gained a place. They've gone from 4th to 3rd on that leg. Someone's coming in fully stretched here. They slightly overcooked the ley line. It's not going to be a disaster. Just find out who that is in a moment. It could be the Italians, Ferraresi and Kiste from Italy. Had a little bit of work to do to get back up onto ley line and put themselves in position for that jibe drop, but they've had a good little gain for the Italians there. And there's McCarty and McKenzie going round the far side, just behind Austria 28. That's the other Austrian team, not our series leaders, but Pretner and Flackberger. Austria 28.
Yeah, the biggest gains in this leg were probably from McCarty and McKenzie. They moved up like 3 or 4 places on that leg. Obviously, the top 3 were pretty steady after the middle of that run because the USA and Ireland passed the Maltese. The Maltese are down in 7th place now.
And Germany 13 just coming round. Remember, Germany in that fight for the one Olympic berth that's available, that's up for grabs at this European Championships. But they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to get back up into contention against the Belgians, who started the day in 7th and currently hold that spot, the Olympic berth. There is the Belgium 24, the boat I've just spoken about.
So at the end of the day here, this is when things are going to probably start to change again, I think, as the sun...
Breeze-wise.
Yeah, the sun's about to set, or actually it's not about to set, but it's really the end of the day. There's some clouds coming in, and I have a thought. I really want to really pay attention to the Croatian team right now. They're in like 12th or 13th place, but they're probably one of the more experienced teams in this group. And so here's a chance to see maybe some big changes. I like to keep my eye on really experienced people to see if they can claw their way out of a hole.
Yeah, absolutely. That is probably the single biggest skill that the very best in the world have. They can manage to find their way out of some really bad trouble.
And here we are looking at the beat. The first group is launched, the top 3. 4th is a little launched, but then you have the Austrians, the New Zealanders, another French team, the Maltese, the Dutch, and another USA team, all kind of flattened out. And then there's a huge gap behind them.
Yeah, so it is beginning to stretch out, but still good for Ruel and Amoros at the moment.
Yeah, for boats like the Croatians in 15th place, they need to not only pass 3 or 4 boats that are right next to them, then they have to leap a big gap to catch up to those other boats. I mean, with the fleet spread out like this, the breeze relatively steady, unless something really big changes, the changes seem to be gradual, it's going to be hard to leap up in these groups right now.
I think another challenge, which is only going to get worse the further back in the pack that you are, just looking at the Irish there, it looks like it's some of those conditions where the waves are bigger than the wind. So you've got this sort of leftover wave set, and you haven't quite got the wind to justify the size of the waves that you're dealing with.
Dixon and Wadilove, they came on our radar screen when we first worked together at the Oman Worlds in 2021, and they would, we'd be all of a sudden in the middle of the regatta, we'd be talking about these guys, like where'd they come from, and all of a sudden they'd kind of disappear off the radar screen again. Tell me about that with these teams, like the Irish. Now they've been around for a couple years. We're later on in our quad. Do you see a maturity in their sailing now?
Well, I think they got good very, very quickly, and they surprised people when they first burst onto the scene. And I think they were lining up to be the next big thing. And then they didn't quite make that next breakthrough. They were on their way to having a good games, but they picked up some disqualifications when their trapeze harness was a little bit too heavy. It was a technical throw out for being micrograms too heavy, but they showed signs of doing well at the last Olympic Games, and now on their second cycle, I think we've expected to see more of them than we have most of the time, but they still show signs of being able to break through and really become world class to be able to challenge the Dutch, who are the standout performers in this fleet right now, the boat that we see on the left of our picture. But I feel like there's another level that the Irish are waiting to hit.
Cool. What I think is really cool about this second Gold Fleece race, and I think it's going to be the last one of the day, is that we're seeing roughly different people in the top group this time than the last race. And what that means is that tomorrow's just going to be another day of closeness, as opposed to saying, oh, wow, there's like a clear group out ahead, and, now some people dug themselves a really big hole. We have a little bit of a balance here. I think there's only a couple boats that have been relatively deep both races so far.
Yeah, that's right. And Bildstein and Hussel, I mean, their their discard score going into today was a 10th place. They're currently in 10th place, so they're not having a disaster by any means. They're probably still doing enough to be leading by the end of the day. Yeah, no one is dominating. This is still up for grabs for at least the top 10 on the scoreboard, probably more.
Yeah, it seems like people are maybe going to be like netting even on their position. That might be my prediction, except for Roald and Amoros from France. I mean,
that's true.
They're sailing so well, so consistent, and the breeze is consistent. So whatever they were doing that first race, finishing like 2 places or so behind McCarty and McKenzie, they're doing it now. They obviously are fast. I mean, everyone's got their wheels right now, but it's obvious that they've got something figured out in this condition.
Well, they made an educated guess that even though the right hadn't really paid off the previous race, they still, with the Maltese team, decided to make a big bid for the right-hand side of this race course. So that was an early gamble by them, probably an educated gamble. But that early launch out to the right-hand side is really what set them up for what they're doing now, which is still leading this race quite comfortably.
Does it surprise you? There they go.
Last time round the Wimber Mark, and that will be the last Wimber Mark rounding of the day for the French, because as Chris just said, there isn't going to be another race after this, so it's just going to be 2 races on the board for Goldfleet 49er. And there's Ireland 99 putting in a really good performance. Dixon and Wadilove just going into their windward hoist. They've managed to overtake Mulleris and McDermott on this leg, but still a very clear 3rd place for the USA team right now.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm an American, and I'm happy to see those Americans. They already qualified for the Olympic Games, and they qualified the country for the Olympic Games, which they didn't qualify the country for the Tokyo Games. But the only difference now is the teams aren't selected, and they get selected through a trials process, 1 regatta in Miami this coming winter.
Yeah, well, we could talk about the rights and wrongs of that trials process. I fear that it sometimes leads to the wrong selection. It seems like a very risky way to go through a trials selection to me, Chris, but we'll see who you end up getting out of that. What a massive gap between the top 3 and the 4th boat that's about to come round. That's Ferrarese and Kiste from Italy. So it's hard to see anyone being able to overtake the top 3 right now, whereas there's a bit of a battle now for the minor placings in the top 10.
Yeah, that big gap that we talked about behind maybe like 4th through 7th is gone. So something happened on that beat where things got leveled out. Maybe the breeze died a little bit. You can see, look, the boats aren't really quite, people aren't double trapezing anymore. They're kind of bopping around. So that's that change that we were kind of talking about. McCarty and McKenzie just rounded. They're still in not a horrible position, having dominated that first race wire to wire, and in 7th place. That's a keeper.
Oh, it's been a good day for the McKiwis, that's for sure. And it's not been a terrible day for Netherlands 1, just hoisting the green kite on the right of picture. And there are our overall leaders, Austria 29. This could be their throw out. This could be their discard. They're in, I think, about 12th place at the moment, or maybe still in 10th. So not terrible for the Austrians. I think they're doing just enough still to hold on to the overall lead. And Belgium 24, they were 7th going into the day. They might drop down a little bit, but I say Belgium still in the hot seat for booking that Olympic berth the way they're going at the moment.
Yeah, and we can see our leaders here up high on the trapeze as opposed to shoulders back that they were on the other downwind legs, and McCarty and McKenzie were on the end of that last race. It's a little bit different. It's light. They're keeping up on their toes and trying to go as deep as possible while just keeping some load on the sails.
Yeah, so it's sort of 1.5 trapezing downwind now, isn't it? With a little bit of leading in, as you say, high on the trapeze, but not much for them to worry about. They certainly can't drop below 3rd, barring disaster. I don't think it could get worse than that. But even the gap back to 2nd and 3rd is enormous.
Yeah, but I think it's funny that, the way they're riding up on the trapeze like that is kind of the way you guys rode like kooks, No, a little too risky to go shoulders back in the day.
Oh, that's as low as we ever went back in the day. Yeah. That's what's always impressive about pictures of Burling and Tuke. I mean, it looked like they were trapezing pretty much below 90 degrees. They were wiring so low.
Right. And we have to remember that each generation sets a new standard, not just in trapeze height, but that's actually a good way to judge it sometimes in terms of being able to put more power into the boat, into your body, into more leverage on the boat, your positioning, everything, how you manage the boat. improves every year.
Well, the lower you trapeze, the more confidence you have in your ability not to be dunked. We call it teabagging in the UK, but there are other terms are available.
So were you teabagged a lot when you were racing?
I tried not to be, but I mean that's why I trapezed high to avoid the teabagging.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they are still looking very, very comfortable. Our race leaders, Ruel and Amoros from France. And this is a moment for them to savour and enjoy. And what a great day they've had. We'll find out in a moment how that affects them in the overall standings. But I think they are beginning to threaten for the overall lead. It won't be enough to take the lead away, but they'll certainly go up a few places today as a result of this kind of performance.
Absolutely. And I don't know if any of our fans and people watching right now, whatever, it's kind of, you have very few sports where you get to have a lead.
Look at that grin.
Yeah.
Yes, that is number one.
They
Correct.
are stoked. You.
So they started the day in 14th place. High five for Lucas Ruel and Emil Amoros. We'll find out in a moment when the rest of the fleet has finished where that has lifted them to. Starting the day in 14th place. 2 great races for the French and a fantastic way for them to finish off today. Day 4 of the European Championships, and that was race 2 of Gold Fleet.
And like I was starting to say, if you've never been in that position in a big regatta where you have a pretty big lead, it's something you're going to remember for the rest of your life. These guys will be, sitting at a bar or whatever, talking about this when they're older, saying, "Remember that Europeans win when we just looked back and there was nothing."
That's it. What a great feeling.
Yeah.
Robert Dixon and Sean Wadilove crossing the line in second. What a great performance for the Irish team. And then coming across in third place, it's going to be Molleris and McDermott from the USA. So also a really good performance for the American team. And absolute night and day for the top 3 and the rest of the fleet. It's a long, long way back to the 4th boat, which is still Ferrarese and Kiste from Italy, but they have a little bit of a battle on their hands with Preckner and Flatberger from Denmark. So big gaps now opening up between the rest of the boats still yet to finish this race. Okay, so Pedro's already lined himself up for an interview with our winning team from France. So let's get out to Pedro on the water.
Okay, guys, great race. It was fantastic to watch you. It was fantastic to watch you race in this second race of the Gold Fleet. You managed to get a good lead. How did you feel from the start? You started closer to the committee boat, I guess, and you choose a little bit through the middle and the right side. Tell us a little bit about your race.
So first of all, we knew where we wanted to go, so on the right side, and I think we just managed to show what we wanted to do and to be the first to go on the right side. So we were the first on the right side, to a nice start, and then Lucas just we just chose the right moment to tack, and then it was all about trying to make the boat go fast and not taking care about the boat just behind.
And do you think the right hand paid for a wind shift or for more pressure?
That's a good question. I would say it was a bit of both because it helped us a lot. So I would say both. What do you think?
I think yes. And boat speed was obviously fantastic because you managed to increase your lead. And on the second beat, it was just about controlling the fleet and keeping in front.
Yeah, I think it's about team communication, team sheeting, team steering, and that's why we sail. It's for these days, and it's super nice to be able to have this at the European Championship and be able to do this. So just a big thanks to our coach, the family, and the sponsor that are with us together.
Lovely. And also, what this brings you in terms overall? What do you think?
I think you should tell me because I don't have internet right now, so I think we're going to get up for sure, but I don't know how much.
Well, anyway, this was the first day of the Go Fleet. We're looking forward to see your performance tomorrow. Hopefully you can get another bullet so we can interview you guys again.
Thanks a lot.
Good job.
Thank you.
Très bien.
Be careful now. Thank you. On y va?
Well done to the French. Absolutely amazing performance by then. These are not. I'm just going to try and bring you a sort of a provisional update of. Well, there's our scores from that race. The French winning that race. Ireland in second. USA in third. Keanu Pretner, Jakob Flackberger from Austria in fourth, but not the Austrians who were leading overall, it should be said. And Italy 23, Simone Ferrarese and Leonardo Kiste. So they were overtaken by the Austrians on the final downwind leg, but any of the teams that we're looking at there can be very happy with race 2 of the Gold Fleet in the 49er. That is going to be our last race of the afternoon. We're running out of daylight. The sunset is less than half an hour away, and it's been 2 fascinating races and really, really good sailing by McCarty and Mackenzie in the first race, the McKiwis winning race 1, and Rual and Amoros winning the second race. Let me just update you on what's been going on in the FX as well. Oh, okay. Well, here we're getting the best of the race that's just happened. So let's bring that up and let's just remind ourselves what happened in that race with the best of highlights. So watch out for who started on Port Tack coming right towards us. Yes, it's our eventual race winners. That was where the race was won, by that decision to start on Port Tack and go straight out to the right-hand side. The boats that started on this side, not so good. This was the place to be, out on the right-hand side. France 95, followed by the Maltese. And meanwhile, on the far side, the Polish and the Austrian boats not doing so well by going left. So things had changed since McCarty and Mackenzie in the previous race.
Yeah, the French said that they looked up when they knew that was their plan. They wanted to be the first out to the right-hand side. They must have seen something, that others didn't see, because most of the people that came out kind of in that top group came out of the middle and then leading to the right-hand side eventually, but not right off the bat.
Okay, and so going round the top mark, already the French had a bit of a lead, and it just stretched more and more as they went down the race course. 2 laps of the race course, and no one was going to take it away from Ruel and Amoros. Beautiful footwork, as you pointed out earlier, Chris, as they go around the leeward mark.
Yeah, and the U.S. really took advantage of that. That was kind of one of the bigger changes in that top of the fleet as the as the Austrians kind of lost out at the top of that beat. The Americans stepped up. That's kind of how it works.
So from me, Andy Rice, and from Chris Musler, that's it for today from Vilamoura in the south of Portugal. Hope you've enjoyed today's competition. We'll be back to you tomorrow. We're going to be bringing you more action from these 3 Olympic classes, the 49er, the 49er FX, and the Nacra 17 catamaran. So have a great day or evening wherever you are, and we will see you tomorrow here from sunny Vilamoura.